Yeah. He's gonna have a bit of time off, but we'll see. We'll see for sure. But let's get into
Yep.
it, boys. Welcome everybody. We're a day late, but we're here. We weren't going to miss this week. I tell you that now because we had a big, massive Wrestlemania stand and deliver weekend, non-stop wrestling. What about 14 freaking hours of it, or close to it? I always love this time
Well,
of year.
that and the fact that I told you that if we missed this week, I was going to fight Australia, kick your ass.
Yeah, he was going to
So,
come down. He was going to come down to Tombstone Pile, drive my ass.
Was he physically gonna kick? Because I think I would be like, I want to watch. I just want to watch.
Well, I would have got a trained kangaroo to kick for me.
Butt kick, man, butt kick. But no, we're here, folks, and of course we are joined by a good friend of ours and first time guest on the show, Centurion. Welcome, brother.
Hey, thank you guys, and thank you for letting me be part of this. Definitely was a good show. I saw some of the analytics on that show. Between all 5 events, over 200,000 people attended the events over the 5-course day of WrestleMania. So
Mm.
definitely there was a lot of fan engagement this year, a lot more fan engagement than what we've seen in WrestleMania's past. We'll just say that.
Yeah, exactly. It was a heck of a week leading in, So it was fantastic. And like you said, Raw was great, SmackDown was great leading into it. Then we had the double doozy on the Saturday with NXT's pay per view starting the day off, and then of course night one directly, literally following it, and then of course on the Sunday we had night two. But before we get into the actual pay per views, I found this. You might find this one interesting, Paul, because I think you were hoping it would come back. So just quickly, the show Heels could definitely return for third season post cancellation. So
Yeah, they're looking at the popularity of wrestling, going, "We screwed up." Well,
yeah.
shit.
Well, the move to Netflix has reignited hopes for a potential third
Yeah.
season because fans have just lobbied and lobbied and lobbied. And obviously, they were disappointed when Stars announced the cancellation, which left viewers hanging on a major cliffhanger at the end of season two. Much to frustration. But now with Netflix acquiring the rights to the first two seasons, similarly how they acquired the rights to Cobra Kai from YouTube Red, right? Where you sort of didn't know if Cobra Kai was going to last past that first season there for a minute. So there's renewed optimism now among fans of the third season could very much be on the cards. So there's definitely more hope than there has ever been. And there's rumors circulating that they possibly will do a third and fourth season to give a proper conclusion to the story.
Yeah. Not only that, you know what could make that interesting is, remember, WWE is going over to Netflix as well.
Yes.
So
yeah.
So we could see some cross pollination.
Well, you could actually see some of the. I mean,
Yeah.
Punk's back in WWE, and Punk's still on there.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we could see the return of.
Could you imagine if he come? Yeah, could you imagine when he comes back to actually wrestle on WWE and he brings that character? Rabid Ricky Rabies, like
Ricky Rabies, baby.
And another thing that's interesting too in the world of pro wrestling. So Tony Khan himself. Now we knew that this was happening, and look, I'm very interested if this footage ends up airing. If WWE is going to look to sue now that Punk's with them because they don't like it when other companies use their wrestlers are under contract. It's all a contract thing with WWE. We know that. It's been that way for a while. But he's addressed the decision to air AEW All In incident from 12 months ago with the backstage footage of CM Punk and Jack Perry. And it sparks... It sparked outrage, but it sparked also significant anticipation because no one's actually seen the footage of what actually went on. And the Young Bucks are supposed to feature on TV. Now, this is, to me, if they go ahead with this is this is such an old move because this is very reminiscent of when Eric Bischoff used to tell, because Nitro back in the day used to be live and Raw was not live. Raw was taped. And he used to go out and give the results of Raw on live
Raw
Nitro.
was taped, but it wasn't always taped. There was
No,
the
it was,
occasional
yeah.
live show.
Exactly.
No, but Bischoff used to spoil it on his show.
Yes.
When
I
it was
remember
taped,
watching
he
some
would,
of those. Yeah.
but it backfired on him the time
did.
he tried to basically talk shit about freaking Mankind.
It did. And you know what? That's where the turn started. He'd been beating him for 83 weeks, and when that happened, fans actually went across to, we want to see Mankind become champion.
He was trying to get people to stay tuned to that night's Nitro.
Yeah.
And he went on the microphone and he actually it wasn't him, it was actually their announcer, the guy that's on AEW now. And he told him to undercut Mankind on the announcement and just say, like, make fun of it that the title is going to Mankind. And he even said, he was like, oh my God, WWE's good. If you don't worry about tuning into the competitor, Mankind is going to get the title tonight. Ugh, that put some butts in the seats. And as soon as he said that, like, they showed the stats on it on the Nelson ratings, because I've watched like the whole thing about the Monday Night War is like a freaking animal, just because I love the business side of it. Over 1 million people flipped the channel from fucking Nitro to at the time WWF Raw. And that's why I was like, oh my God, you caused 1 million people to turn your product off. That's bad.
In case you don't know the way, because I actually learned when I went to broadcasting school, those ratings are done in 15-minute chunks. So yeah, in a 15-minute period, they dropped 1 million people. That's a crap load. That's
and see,
bad. That's bad.
Now this is where I think they're going for this, I don't know, cheap little pop AEW, because me and you, Paul, have discussed for nearly a year now, almost, I would say, how bad they are. And I think with this, see, they've done things since their inception that's Bischoff's called them out, saying this is very WCW, like you are following the direct steps, and look where that company ended up, right? And
I think part of the problem is right now Khan is trying too hard to do damage control when he really doesn't need to.
And I noticed amongst fans,
CM Punk says what he said, but he feels like he's got to respond to CM Punk. I'm like, dude, if you just fucking drop it, it'll go away.
They won't. That's the problem. Now, this is the problem, right? And fans have called him out on this. The one big problem with AEW is they focus so much on WWE, and they get their wrestlers to go out there almost every week and either badmouth a superstar in WWE or just badmouth WWE. And I'm like, you can't make it in this business by doing this shit. This has been done before, and it backfired badly. And I think it's been even done. It was done when in TNA, when Dixie Carter had TNA, they used to take shots at WWE, and it just didn't work. You're going up against a juggernaut.
It also backfired on the WWE, because remember, the WWE at the time, at the very, very beginning of WCW Nitro, they had basically the comedic montage on WWF of like Turner's table. With Ted Turner sitting at the table, and you had all these knockoffs of Ted Turner, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage. And they even said, they're like, that was very short-lived, because they realized the only way to move forward from your competition is to not acknowledge them. So they only did those skits like a small handful of times.
Exactly. And so I think that this is really going to backfire. Apart from the fact is, if they go show this, and this is something that doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't need to be shown to the public. It was backstage altercation. If anything, it's going to show maybe what Punk was talking about, because the one thing I definitely believe out of Punk's mouth is he's like, Khan's overblown it. He was never petrified backstage of me with that altercation, because he didn't even go at Khan. And I think Khan's just done it because he's protecting his guys, you know what I mean? Like the guys that have been there, I guess, since the get-go before even Punk got in. And this whole time, this is the thing, Punk's taken accountability, right? And granted, yeah, he said, no, I didn't punch no guy. I choked somebody a bit.
And look,
Right?
When I read that statement last week, I could barely keep a straight face.
Oh, no, I was
dude.
laughing. But the thing
that
is he
was
admitted
wild.
it, right? And he's waved his hand and he said where he was at fault.
Yeah.
And he goes, look, I'm sorry for trying to look out for a young guy that wanted to use real glass and look out for their safety, because like he mentioned several times, and the reason why he said to Jack Perry, I don't think this is a good idea, you don't know how real glass is going to break. What happens if it pierces you and goes straight through one of your organs? That's why a lot of these places use that plexiglass and stuff like that.
Yep.
So all he was doing was looking out. But he admitted, look, I handled it poorly backstage. I probably shouldn't have tried to choke the young fella. But the thing is, Perry hasn't taken any accountability, never apologised, nothing. And even before that, the altercation between Punk and Ace Steel and the freaking Young Bucks, the Young Bucks haven't taken accountability for their shit. And Tony never held any of those three, the Young Bucks and Perry, accountable for nothing or made them apologise or anything or, you know, do anything too harsh to them. Whereas, you know, it all seemed to be, oh no, it's all Punk's fault. And I'm like, well, if there's a backstage incident and two guys are fighting, then they're both at fault, or both parties are at fault. You can't just blame the whole thing on one. And we know with the Jack Perry incident that Jack Perry instigated that by initially even saying what he said on live TV, which was kind of disrespectful towards an industry vet, I guess you could say, in Punk, because Punk is an industry vet now. And the Young Bucks situation, it's because they came kicking in his door and got in his face. Yes, he's reacted still. Yes, he's at fault for what he's at fault for. But I just find it interesting that you got one side that can sit there and take some blame and take accountability. And, yeah, you know, he's admitted before, I've been hard to work with, you know, I've got to change my way. So you got someone there taking accountability, but then you got the others involved that nothing. You know what I mean? And they've just gotten a little slap on the wrist, essentially. Even Perry to a degree, right? He got slapped on the wrist. Oh, but we'll send you to New Japan because it's not actually AEW, so you can still have your paychecks coming in and you're not on AEW TV, right? Because he's still under contract.
But even with that, Tony's still trying to talk tough about him. Yeah, he's not, you know, he's still suspended from us. Tony's trying to come up across as tough, except for one thing. He wants people to believe that he was sniveling and scared backstage. I'm like, is that really the image you want to put across and say, no, I was really scared for my life? Yeah. Dude, stop it, okay?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I honestly, I don't believe for a second, because, like Punk said, he goes, I never got in his face. I was never charging at him, like, you know, running towards him, anything. He goes, he wasn't scared. He goes,
my fear with this recording we're gonna see is it's gonna be heavily edited. It's, you know.
I think so too, because as I said, if they actually show it, and because Punk's in it, and now Punk's under contract to WWE, and WWE, as we known over the years of how stingy and tight their contracts are, and that, they may find something to try and sue them. You know, because
maybe the only reason they might not, though, is because it was recorded at a time that he was not under contract with WWE.
That's a possibility too. But I still think they're not going to like it either.
Yeah. You're also talking about Vince McMahon, though, or like obviously he's still in the background.
No, not Vince McMahon. That's great. No, he's
no,
not.
But I'm talking like the WWE side where Vince is still kind of floating around. I know he's more like the silent guy that's eventually going to get bought out. But you got to remember, like, look at like what happened with Edge and Lita and Matt Hardy. Is he loves a good controversy, and if by some chance whatever they show creates a little bit of a hubbub of a controversy that will somehow spotlight WWE, then yeah, he'd probably embrace it.
Yeah, well, that's true too, and see, that's another reason why, even looking at it from that way, it's going to backfire on him, because you're just going to give him attention. Not that WWE needs it, obviously, especially just after having WrestleMania, but.
Yeah, the best thing he should have done is when CM Punk said the stuff he said last week, when they started asking him, well, what about this one, CM Punk? They should have said, I have nothing to say about that. Boom, done. End.
Yeah.
Not, well, it's not the way you said it was, and I stop it. Just,
No,
you're
and
making
this is what I
yourself
mean.
look like a little.
They're
He's
looking
making
for
himself look like a little bitch. He wants to. I can't believe he
they're
wants to
going
look
for
like a
these
little bitch.
cheap pop things to try and get more viewership in that, because their
Yeah,
viewership is up and down, up and down, up and down. I think their viewership's at their peak when Will Ospreay's out there wrestling. I can understand
yeah.
why he's the best wrestler on
What,
the damn planet.
AEW?
Yeah, yeah,
You heard about what they did to Matt Hardy, right?
yeah. He's gone.
No, he's gone now, but they extended his contract
Oh
beyond
yes, yeah,
to
yeah,
basically in the Monday after basically yesterday, the day
yeah. So
after
he couldn't appear.
WrestleMania,
Yeah,
because they did not want him appearing at WrestleMania.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. Yeah. No, I remember that. And then now he's
Yeah.
out the door. Now he's a free agent. I'm like, oh, that's just cruel. It's just, we'll put it this way, it's just like how me and Paul have been talking about the treatment that they've done with Dustin Rhodes,
Yeah.
right? And there was all this talk of they should really let Dustin go and be a part of Cody's story, regardless that he's under contract still, because they're not doing anything with him. Like,
Yep.
Other than rubbing it in his face that he can't finish his own story.
yeah, exactly.
Like I know we're not like Samoa Joe. Basically, the guy now he's just basically a Samoan named Joe or whatever, how they want to do it. But
Yeah.
yeah, apparently now they got Samoa Joe rubbing it in his face that they're not even going to let Dustin fight for anything to try to get him on the same level as Cody. And I'm like,
Nah.
well, then what the hell? You're just like freaking throwing salt
And
in
for a
wounds right
guy at
there.
his age, he still moves like a 20 or 30-year-old. Dustin Rhodes.
But yeah, well, but that also goes way beyond a guy of his age. We're talking about Goldust, the
Yes.
guy that, like,
Yeah.
at the beginning of the Attitude Era, the dude that literally had the most balls out of anybody in that locker room to go out and push the envelope on just creating a character
Yeah.
that would make you go, "What the f is going on?"
Like,
Yeah.
look at the start of that Attitude Era with the feud with Piper, and they were driving around the fucking city.
Yeah.
That too.
You know?
Yeah, like yeah, with Piper on the hood and
Yeah.
Goldust driving through, or
Yeah.
like I know, or wearing a ball gag down to the ring,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
or being or like how what was her name, the chick with the cigars?
Yeah.
I forget her name,
Was
but
it Luna?
yeah,
Luna Vachon?
no,
No.
no, Luna was
Oh no,
Luna was
Terry Runnels. Terry Runnels.
yeah,
Yeah.
Terry Reynolds. Yep, Terry Reynolds, and then but eventually it became Luna. Who was another freaking was another
Well, Terry.
individual that really pushed the envelope because she came over, I
Mm.
believe, from the ECW side.
Yeah, and Terry, she was actually his wife at one point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what made it like if you actually in like that, like this is what makes Goldust such a interesting character, or Dustin Reynolds, is from I've watched guys that collect WWE memorabilia, and the number one way to know if you have an authentic ring used Goldust outfit is the crotch has to be worn out, because they would make him gyrate in the middle of the ring wearing these things. And Dustin Reynolds would even went down saying, he's like, yeah, on my outfits they'd make me wear, that would always be the first thing that tore out on them. So yeah, he's like, that's like the number one reason, that's the number one way to know if you actually have a piece of my gear is the crotches like wore out.
Oh, nice.
I
I have to say though, it was a missed opportunity. Can you imagine how the crowd would have popped if Dustin would have popped up during the end of that match when they had all the
know.
different guys
Well,
coming
it's
out?
just like now I thought there was a wasted opportunity, right? And Tony Khan also came out talking about this, that WWE didn't reach out to him about a one-off appearance for Moxley to go over and be Dean Ambrose for a night, because I thought when the Shield music played would have been.
I thought that too. As soon as
Yeah.
I heard that music, I'm like, oh my God, is he really gonna walk out?
Oh, that's what I think. A lot of fans were like, "Is he going to come down with Seth?" But no, they didn't reach out, unfortunately. But it would have been cool. That's why I've talked to a lot of fans, and they're like, "Well, it kind of really made it pointless than him coming down by himself with that music." But you know, it is what it is. That's
But
how
it was
they
more than just the music, right? It was the way he was dressed.
Yeah,
It
well, he
was
dressed like the shit.
supposedly,
But then
according to what I saw, it was to like give you
Then
the
with-
idea that Roman saw that and got distracted or got
Well, that's what
Yeah.
the whole point was, because
yeah.
the long-term storytelling there is Roman did to him what he did to Roman and Dean
Right.
back in the day when he turned on him, and Roman smacked.
Well, I
Seth's
also
chest.
think that's hinting at because we all know, like, let's be realistic here. If you know anything about Seth Rollins, that man is literally this generation's Shawn Michaels.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
His back is tore up, his knee is tore up. He is about to go through some serious extensive rehab. He's going
Yeah.
to
yeah,
spend some time with his daughter because obviously him and Becky Lynch have a daughter together, and he's been going hard since his daughter was born. Becky Lynch has already taken time off to kind of spend some time with her, and now it's his turn to take some time off and do that. I think when he does come back, we're not going to see the flamboyant, outrageous Seth Rollins. I think we're going to go back to the architect.
yeah, yeah.
And
Wouldn't surprise me.
that's
yeah.
where
Yeah,
I
the
really
man was
do think.
the man was wearing more caution tape than a crime scene. So yeah.
But I think if they bring him back as the architect, and this is where maybe I'm just going into like the fandom realm, that would be a good time because I know like there's always been already hints that Dean Ambrose or John Moxley is willing to come back now that Vince McMahon has been really removed from the picture and it's a total different world. Obviously, Triple H or Paul Levesque is now in control of a lot of like the direction of the brand, and that's where I think that's gotten Dean Ambrose's attention, and that's where I'm starting to think: could we, after could we potentially see another run of the Shield as something that happens possibly when all of these guys start coming back around, because we know at this point Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns are all going to be taking a major much deserved break.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's already been announced that Seth's, like you mentioned, he's definitely taking hiatus. They're expecting it only to be about 4 to 5 weeks that he will be away. Like you said,
I assumed they would probably have him like 2 to 3 months because it's where it would be interesting to get him beforehand, but
Well,
our
I
next
reckon,
big
like
event,
you said, 2 months would even be sufficient, I think, to give him that rest
right?
time.
Well, our next big event that would be basically a big head turner is going to be the event in Jeddah, where they do
Yes.
SmackDown in May, where they do the King of the Ring tournament, and you're going to have
Yes,
the
yeah.
event, the SmackDown and King of the Ring in Jeddah. And for those who haven't tuned in to a Middle East version of of any wrestling, dude, you need to check that out because it's a total different world. Considering they have to have the female wrestlers actually have to
Yeah.
wear different attire and
Yeah,
stuff, but
yep.
it's not like a normal American event where on the American event they pack as many people as they can on the floor. Over in Jeddah, you have to be somebody to know somebody to even be on the floor,
with the prince
and
and that, yeah.
normally and whole swathing sections of floor seats are
Yep.
literally for the royal family and their friends.
Yes.
And so generally the average people are up in the stands, and like the floor is nothing but predominant people over there in Jeddah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
But now going back, that's where our next big event is King of the Ring, and then I feel like we're going to have that lull period between King of the Ring and SummerSlam. And that's where we all know, like, when they're looking to really get some butts in the seats for like the big events like SummerSlam, that's where they'll start kind of pulling some storylines that'll get everybody's attention.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I mean, like the Wrestling Observer suggested, like from what they've heard, the initial hope, which is that doesn't mean it's definitive, but the initial hope backstage is that he'll only be away for 4 or 5 weeks. However, the duration of his absence does remain uncertain. So it could be, like you mentioned, it could be longer. And why not have him rest longer if there's nothing, like you don't want to have him in a storyline yet? I mean, especially until Punk is fully healthy and Punk really comes back, then you've got a story there to build off because
I love what they're doing with Punk right now, though.
I know, man.
He's just showing up and just screwing with freaking McIntyre.
Yeah. And
which is probably what we're going to see next, which is going
that's
to be
what I think.
fun.
Yeah, I mean, we might even get a triple threat going on between McIntyre, Punk, and the Archer of Infamy. You know, over that world
Yeah.
title. And then, as I said, Seth's going to come back at some point because he can play the whole. Well, you know, I need a rematch card. You know, I don't have me rematch, so he'll be interjected. So then you'll have four of them right there fighting over the damn thing. And then, of course, as we know, and I've said it the whole time, the minute Gunther drops that Intercontinental title, they're going to move him up into the main event scene because he's ready for it. So you're going to have him, and he's on Raw, so you're going to have him interjected into that group right there fighting over that one title. Very, very soon. I think maybe he might, you know, have a rematch, obviously, against Sammy, and he'll lose against Sammy again, and then they'll definitely move him on from there. Because there's nothing left for Gunther to do in the mid card now. Like he's done that. As I said, I just can't wait till they bring Ilya up because I love them two going at it over in NXT UK. They just two of the hardest hitting guys that WWE's got, and they just chop the crap out of each other, man. Like, and Ilya's, yeah, as I said, when he drops that NXT title, they're gonna do a Gunther with him and bring him straight up to the main roster. So, it's good that they're really pushing new, fresh faces now, and you know, like you said, Centuria, that you know, especially now with Seth and Roman away for a bit, now others can get into that spotlight. It's going to give more of a spotlight now to Priest, who honestly, and I'll wave my hand in the air. I did not think he was going to have a successful cash in. I thought he was going to be like the last couple that failed.
That cash in, I'm gonna say it right now. I knew that he had that case and all that good stuff, you know.
Right.
But how, like, this is where I would definitely say, whatever WWE has going on right now for its storytelling, because at the end of the day, I know it's a story. I know it's not real. Sorry for
Right.
those that thought it was. But their storytelling is definitely extremely on point, and that's where I completely had forgot. I mean, I'm watching like Scott McIntyre crawl across that table and act like a total horse's arse, as he would say in his own language. And
Yeah.
and I'm just sitting there like, I don't know how I would fare in basically a man in trunks that he's essentially sitting there in his underwear, like up in my face, showing me that belt. And I will definitely say, I'm like, Punk, I got to be Punk in that moment, just totally talking trash to him. And I got so distracted. And as Punk is laying into him, I'm like, that's right, lay into him. And all of a sudden, you see that music kick on and the room goes purple. And I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be like insult to injury right here. Is this really going to how it's going to roll down? In front of his wife and kid, they
Yeah.
just were like holding that belt like they just had another kid. And I'm like, and then you watch it go down, you're like, oh my God, well, I guess that's a good way of being like, okay, you're right.
Yeah.
You
And I'll
back in
put it this way.
2020 got the belt in an
Well,
empty stadium.
let me just draw out there that somebody posted that. Well, you know, they had when he extended his contract, they promised him a championship run.
Well, he had
And
it
I
for
said, well,
fucking. He had
I
it for
said,
5 minutes.
really, they fulfilled their side of the contract, so he really got nothing to complain about.
No,
You
he had it for. I looked it up. He
What,
had
what
it for
for
a whole
what for
5 minutes.
McIntyre?
Yeah, he had it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's the interesting part about it is I even thought I was like, man, I could see why he would want that championship run because let's face it, love him or hate him, that man took and became champion in a very difficult time for the
Yes, he
WWE.
did.
He won that championship in an empty freaking room when
Yep.
and basically was champion during an era when people could only tune in by going on their webcam or their cell phone
Yeah.
and having their face appear on a screen in the Thunderdome. And that's where I was just like, all right, cool. He got his championship in front of the fans, and then they took it away 5 minutes later. And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, okay, well, they technically fulfilled their end of the bargain. Well, hey, you got a championship in front of the fans,
Yeah.
but we're gonna have Damian Priest come in and take it from you. But
I thought it
at the
was. I
same
thought it was.
time,
But I think it's a great setup for a larger story.
It is
I-
because, you know, the only I said the whole time, and I still I hope that WWE and Damien can change. And I don't dislike Damien. I love Damien Priest, but I just feel he's an upper mid card guy, and
Yeah.
that's it. You know, that's how I've viewed him. I
Right.
think Intercontinental US champion, definitely. I just never, and I'm still trying to come to grasp with it. I've never been able to envision him as a world champ.
To me, he still doesn't carry the mic skills or the charisma he needs to carry it on his own.
No. It'd
He-
be all right.
he
It'd be
still
all right it'd be all right if his best friend, took some
Yeah.
time off from making music, Bad Bunny, and come and be his manager or something.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's still, even last night, he's still leaning on mommy.
Well, she's
You
the
know.
best. She technically is
Yeah.
the best talker of that group, no doubt.
No,
about
I'm
it.
just
But
saying that
that's what
but
makes
he's still
the
leaning
Judgment
on
Day
mommy.
so
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna say right now, the Judgment Day is probably the weirdest thing in wrestling right now. Don't get me wrong. What? Oh my God, what's her name? Becky Lynch. No, not Becky Lynch. Who's the woman? Oh my God.
Rhea Ripley.
Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
Rhea Ripley. There it is. See, that's how bad I am with names on these characters. What's really weird about the whole thing is, for starters, we got the awkwardness of Dominic Mysterio and the other guy that Finn Balor brought in from NXT.
The
only
Oompa
reason-
Loompa, the Oompa Loompa. Yeah, the
Right,
Oompa Loompa,
so-
yeah.
That dude is basically riding on the coattails of Finn Balor.
Yes.
And then we've got Dominic Mysterio that would never, ever be in the position he's in if he was not a freaking Mysterio or a freaking oh my God, what was the Latin Heat?
Guerrero?
What was his name?
Oh, Guerrero.
Eddie Guerrero. See,
yeah.
it's still up in the air for me. I'm like, dude, who really is your dad? I'm not trying to be an ass in saying that, but I think we need to air out the truth here on, like, dude, you look and remind me more of Eddie Guerrero than you do of Dom. Like, you tower over your father. I am sorry, but I really do think that you are a Guerrero,
And
bro.
this is why I've said to Paul, especially when you watch him, I don't think that high flying style is for Dominic. He just every time he does
not built for it.
like the only high flying move he actually does that looks beautiful is Eddie Guerrero's frog splash. But when he does the 619 or anything else, it's like, oh my God, that looks so awkward. Like it doesn't look as impactful as when Ray gets that spin and whack right in the, you know what I mean? So I think
it's just because of his size. He's just too big to get that much momentum going.
He is.
And what makes it even more weird with Dominic Mysterio is I do not understand why where they try to run this idea that Rhea Ripley and Dominic Mysterio have something going on, because all you need is a Twitter account or an X account, whatever you want to call it. All you got to do is be on social media to know that Rhea Ripley is married to an individual from AEW over in Australia.
Yep.
And the dude she's actually married to is an awesome wrestler. And the funny part is, I think wasn't at one time he had like something going on,
with
like
Rey
there was like a
Mysterio's
storyline
daughter.
between Mysterio's daughter.
Yeah. Buddy Matthews. Now he's he's Buddy Matthews. Now he was Buddy Murphy in WWE.
Yes, him.
And the funny thing is Dom just recently got married, and Rhea and Dominic, Rhea and Damian Priest were at his wedding.
A few of them were actually. There's some pictures.
And that's where
around.
it's like, that's why it's weird to me that they just try to be like, you almost want to be like, guys, if this was like 1996, 1997, before the advent of the internet, people would believe you for a second that they're together. But the only thing is now, I mean, like, at this point, I mean, I don't understand like exactly the dynamic of the Judgment Day, and that's where I'm just kind of like, I feel like some of these guys would stand better on their own, but they have like all this weirdness that follows them around.
I think Dominic needs to join Legado del Fantasma. I think
I see some hints of that happening.
Yeah, he fits better in that group. That's a Latino group. He is, Latino heritage. He was born in California, but he's Latino heritage. He would fit better in that group being under Santos.
Yeah. Though I gotta say, I was hoping this weekend they were gonna try to maybe start reconciling him and his dad, because his dad can only wrestle for so much longer here.
I think maybe they'd try to do that after Judgment Day disbands, and I don't think Judgment Day's got much longer to run. really. You can sort of see
they've been making little hints about
little
that.
cracks.
Oh, by the way, and I wanted to point out the thing about Ray. I mentioned this on my Twitter, and it's true because he's got that semi-open back mask now going, and you can see that he's bald. He looks like a serial killer in a movie. Seriously, okay.
I recently seen him without his mask with his daughter. They were doing a TikTok, and I'm like, does this? I mean, apart from like, he doesn't have hair anymore. But I was like, does this man age? He still looks like he did in WCW.
I would have to agree on that.
Yeah, like he still looks like WC. You know, when in WCW right at the end they had him part of the Filthy Animals, and he was coming out. Sort of in a rapper. He didn't have a mask and everything like that because he lost his mask to Kevin Nash in a match. And he had that real baby face. Well, he's still got that real baby face.
Well, that's because he's always wearing a mask, so he's protected.
Put it this way, Dominic in the face looks older than his dad.
I honestly wonder if there's any part of Dominic says, I got to do something about this mullet. There's got to be.
I don't know. Well, this is why I agree with Centurion. You look at that mullet. Go back and look at pictures of Eddie Guerrero's
I know.
mullet.
He looks like Eddie.
Oh,
I know.
My God,
man.
It's like, wow. And I mean, don't get me wrong. In real life, not that they're blood related, but Eddie was, their uncle. They called him Uncle Eddie, because him and Ray were really, really close. They might have feuded on TV, but they were really, really close because they came up together through Mexico and then across to the cruiserweight division at WCW and such. He might have even actually been godparents of Ray's kids as well. But so they were close. And so that's why it was funny, the storyline in the day, if you remember, when Dominic was a kid and they used him in that storyline where Eddie was coming out with...
They're fighting over who's his dad.
I'm your papi. And they had the contract or whatever, the DNA test or whatever they had hanging over the ladder. It's, I'm your papi. That's why I thought the whole I'm your mummy, I was like, that's a bit of a throwback. Just female this time.
Dude, that's a part of wrestling that I'm just glad they don't do very much anymore is, hey, we're going to put something at the end of a pole match.
Yeah, exactly. Because a lot of the time it's just so lame and that, like, the whole briefcase on the ladders or a championship above a ladder, that's all cool, but like, I remember the nightsticks on a pole.
Not in the game. They overdo that shit in the game all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Every other match is a ladder match. It's like, oh, come on.
But it's another thing interesting before we obviously get into the results is so I don't know if either one of you's heard or seen Mark Henry, and he's doubled down on it, on his claims that Kairi Sane disrespected the business at WrestleMania, right? So he found herself embroiled in controversy following accusations from Mark Henry, who claimed she disrespected the business at WrestleMania 40. Now Mark Henry has reinforced his stance, doubling down on his remarks. So Mark Henry didn't hold back in a podcast, I believe it was yesterday, and he also did a podcast the day before that. So he didn't hold back in his disappointment regarding Kairi's actions. He expressed frustration over Sane's reluctance to leave the ring as her WrestleMania 40 opponents Bianca, Jade, and Naomi made their entrances. He said, as a Hall of Famer, Henry criticised what he saw as a lack of respect for the wrestling industry from the Pirate Princess. He emphasised the importance of upholding wrestling traditions and hinted that if he had been in her position, he would have swiftly rectified the situation. He said, and I quote, so this is his words, Bully, as in Bully Ray, and Tommy Dreamer, both going to understand this when I say this. I'm saying if I was a girl and I was in that match and I get my entrance and I come in the ring and I wipe my feet and I step into the ring and Kairi's ass is still walking in the ring, I'm taking her damn head off. Right?
Yeah.
He said, again, I quote, he keeps going, he goes, give me the effing ring. I'm the guy. She should have got out of the effing ring. I was so mad. You got to respect the business first. And she didn't. Everybody does that for everybody's entrances. But she would, if I would have been in the ring, got the hell out of there real quick. So while speaking, of course, on Busted Open Radio, he addressed the backlash he's got for his comments about Kairi Sane. In response, he doubled down on his comments and stated that fans are not a WWE Hall of Famer like him, so they don't know what they are talking about, especially from being on the opposite side of the barrier, meaning being a wrestler in the ring and understanding what you should and shouldn't do. He said, these Gen Z people, I know more than you. You're a fan. You sit on the other side of the barrier. You're not a Hall of Famer. You haven't been on this side of the business, so therefore you don't understand rules and stuff that are in place. She also broke her silence on the matter. While Henry voiced his disappointment with her actions, it's evident that she maintains a solid support network within the wrestling industry. Differing opinions, like anything, are a common occurrence in the wrestling community, but what truly counts is the mutual respect and camaraderie among its members. So, I actually thought, because it has been a long-standing thing, and you generally see most people do it, you got to give them their sort of spotlight while, while they come out and do their thing. And that's what he was getting upset about, is like she was basically in the background circling like a shark, not giving him, like being a distraction, I guess. And he said it, like he said, there's traditions there that, that he said that should be upheld. But like he said, he goes, now, if that was a bloke, that's what he's essentially saying. If that was a bloke and they were doing that when he got that, he just would have took their damn head off. He would have closed. And I actually believe him because Mark Henry, like, he's very respectful. He always has been towards that business. A lot of them are that have got a lot of passion for it, clearly. So in a sense, it's funny. In a sense, I agree with him. And then in another sense, I'm like, I understand where you're coming from, but it is such a minute thing in reality. It would have been different if, say, when they got in the ring and they're standing there doing their pose, and then because she's circling, then all of a sudden she cuts in front of them while they're... Now, that would be different in my eye. Now, that would really be disrespecting the person. But I don't know. I think that...
I kind of do see a side, though, because if she's being a distraction while the other person's making their entrance, she is kind of violating an unwritten, you don't do that,
No, exactly.
Yeah. As soon as their music starts, you step aside and let them do their thing, type of
so
thing,
this is all over her just being in the ring while they came out.
Yes, and while they were standing there doing their pose in the ring.
But she was in the ring still, but was she like off to the side? Or
no, she was... So she was like... So when they went to the camera side, and so you're looking at she's like circling in the background. She didn't step in front of them, but she was circling in the background. And I was like... It probably would have been... I don't think he would have said anything if she was in the ring, but say in the corner.
If she was just standing...
Because I was going to say, when
but by
they
moving
did
around...
the United States title match, obviously, Kevin Owens was sitting on the ring post while Randy Orton was striking his pose. And I'm just like... Kevin Owens wasn't outside of the ring. He was just on the ring post sitting, like out of the way.
But he was just sitting there.
And he was in the corner. And it's like any John Cena match. Like if he did come out first, he'd stand in the corner, and then the other person come in, and they can, if they're going up on the ropes or if they just stand in the middle of the ring like Shawn Michaels does for his pose, But the main thing is that, see, they're all... I don't even think it's a problem with that she was in the ring. It's just that fact that she was right, sort of getting in their way, I guess, and not standing in the corner.
No, well, the fact that she's moving around means she's drawing attention away from them.
Yes, that's what
she's not just sitting there. She's not just sitting there.
Now, it'd be different.
Waiting.
It would have been different if it had been set up that she was meant to start attacking him or something, but she didn't attack him. Because I was watching. I'm like, is she gonna attack him? Is that what she's lining up for, to like kickstart the match? Like, I don't know, run towards him and do a drop kick.
Right.
But she didn't do anything. She was just... I'm like, what the hell is she doing? That's all I thought. I'm like, what is she doing? I've never seen anyone just bottle around in the background. Like, it was weird, because the other two girls who she was teaming with were standing on the outside of the ring while they were waiting for the entrance to be over. That was the even more funny thing. I was like, shouldn't you be outside with your teammates?
Which probably is what makes it more noticeable that she's,
But then again,
walking
like
around,
we know
yeah.
things are done differently in Japan. I mean, she went back
Right.
there for quite some time. Maybe she's still in New Japan mode. like, oh well, I did this in Japan. It didn't really matter. But this is why I said, like, I see his point, but at the same token, it's like, yeah, man, I get it.
If it's a problem, I'm sure Triple H will have a little talk with her afterwards and go,
I
look,
mean,
don't
he
do
might
that.
do. He might just say, "Look, don't do that again. Either
Yeah.
stand on the outside or stand in the corner like everybody else
Yeah.
does." You know, or you can be in the corner and sit on the on the turnbuckle like a Kevin Owens. You know, but you've got to give the other person
Yeah.
just due, unless we have written it to the point that, you know, when the person
You're
comes
going to
in the ring,
attack them, or
and
you're going to be a
attack 'em.
smart ass or whatever.
Yeah. But other than that, I mean, it's trivial. She could have done a lot worse, I guess. You know what I mean? As I said, I think it would have made it worse if she had Jade standing there doing a pose with the other chick, and she comes and stands right in front of them.
It also could have been better. She could have done the fabulous Moolah and dropped your top in the middle of the ring. I mean, who would have complained?
Oh, that would have been hilarious, man. That would have been hilarious.
Hey, if it's good enough for Moolah and she was like 77 when she did it, what the hell? It's like
That was a different era.
It was.
That was a very different era.
A little bit more news before we get into the results. A possible date also for the Rock and Cody Rhodes singles match. Those we know the final boss is going to go away for a bit. I'm pretty sure he's got a
movie.
He's got a movie, but
he's filming a movie.
No, he's filming two. That's right. So he's doing something that's smaller. It's not a big budget movie, and then he's got the live action Moana movie that he's also got to do. But
so I think the smaller budget one is something where he's it has something to do with the UFC or some kind of fighting movie.
Yes, he's playing Mark.
He's playing
Mark.
I know. Now you're gonna make me look it up.
I know it's Mark something, and he's legendary. He was fighting in the same era as Ken Shamrock. I know that. But yeah, he's going to do that. I think that might be...
fighter Mark Kerr.
Mark Kerr,
in the Smashing Machine.
The Smashing Machine, yeah. I think that might be Netflix, something like.
That's probably going to definitely be Netflix for sure. But
so
and then
and then
what
Moana,
was the other one you said he was doing?
Live action Moana he's meant to be doing too.
Oh, that one, the live action Moana.
So in a new update from Wrestling Observer, it's been revealed the potential date for a match between them. So as per the update, Rhodes and Rock is not going to happen anytime before WrestleMania 41 and actually might take place at WrestleMania. Extending the feud until WrestleMania 41 could turn out to be a massive decision from WWE too. However, it might also push the dream match between Reigns and The Rock for another year too. So they clearly still want to do Reigns and Rock, but now
they could do Reigns and Rock, and they could do Reigns and Rock in Saudi Arabia if they really.
That's what I reckon, and you could still see. And if you're gonna do that, and I said this right. Clearly, The Rock ain't finished playing the final boss heel Rock, right?
Right.
I think when Roman returns, Roman's going to be a babyface and go on a new babyface run. The big difference this time is he's going to be able to get over naturally instead of having Vince. That was the problem initially. Vince shoving him down everybody's throat to say, this is my new John Cena, the big babyface of the company. And we've talked about this with Rock, with Austin, with John Cena, all the way back to Hulk Hogan. Vince always let these guys become the number one guy and the number one babyface naturally, and that's why it worked. For the love of God, I have I don't understand why he felt the need to shove Roman and really push him. Like, if he had to just let him get over naturally, maybe the whole big babyface, big dog, as he was known then, could have got over and fans would have accepted it. But because he was so shoved down everyone's throats, fans turned on him and didn't want him as the face because it didn't happen naturally. And that's why I was like, I said the whole time, and it took him a while to do it, I'm like, he needs to be turned heel. He needs a freaking heel run because of what Vince did. It's not Roman's fault. It's because of Vince, what he did. And as I said, for the life of me, I don't know why Vince decided to do it. I don't know. You know, why
So
why change your strategy after all these years of letting
So
people get over
what
naturally?
if
I
they
wanted
do
to
that,
leave.
they need to break
That's what.
apart the if they do that, they need to dissolve the bloodline, find a way to do that naturally as well. Um, because I don't think it could
I'm
be, I don't think the bloodline could ever be faced. I don't think it would ever work.
No,
Uh,
but I'll let Centurion go first. But I'm going to talk. But now that you brought up the bloodline, I'm going to talk about who might end up being.
So to put it out there, just a real quick, like this is one of those things where, at least in my crazy mind and the way it works, I remember the big dog era with Roman Reigns.
Mhm.
Yeah, he was a big pushover. I would definitely say that. And I still remember the day he came out, the whole crowd's booing him, giving him the old, finger in the air, you
Yep.
suck, and chanting the crowd. And I knew something was up when he walked out to the ring in plain clothes. I'm like, why is this dude in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt? Like that's not Roman Reigns. That
No.
something's up.
Yeah.
And I remember him walking out, grabbing that microphone. The whole crowd's booing him and talking trash, and all of a sudden he's like, "My name's Joe," and like I was just like, "Oh my God, he's giving his real name. Something's up." And that's when
Yeah.
he's like, "And I have leukemia, and it's the second time in my life I've had leukemia." They talked about like the first time he was diagnosed when he was 22 years old,
Mm.
and he was able to beat it then. And I think when he left for leukemia treatment and he basically stopped, like, hey, this might be the end of the journey for me. And obviously he wanted to come back. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Paul Heyman was what, Paul, like, I know people have a lot of stuff to say about Paul Heyman, but Paul Heyman has literally been one of the vertebrae of the backbone of the industry. He's
One of the
been,
greatest minds
he has
ever.
had ties to every wrestling promotion
Yep.
that we could think of. I mean, he was responsible for getting the cruiserweights over here for WCW to steal them from
Well,
ECW.
like he mentioned at his Hall of Fame speech, he lied about his age all the way back in the day to get
yeah,
backstage as an interviewer.
going back to the
Yeah, and
going back to the mid 70s, man. He
Yeah,
didn't.
he didn't fuck
yeah.
around.
So, but that being said, we can guarantee that Paul Heyman probably talked to him consistently,
Mm.
stayed in touch with Roman Reigns, and probably more than likely, was like, hey, this might, like, just to put it out there, technically this dude has a disease he's going to be battling his whole life with, and at any moment it can go south.
Yeah,
So why not? Let's just give this dude his dream shot. And at the same time, we all know Paul Heyman is really good at crafting the bad guy. Like Paul Heyman
yes, yeah,
was there for Brock Lesnar, CM Punk, and guaranteed, I think Paul Heyman was the one that fundamentally was able to get into Vince McMahon's ear and like, hey, let's drop the big dog and let's bring in the a-hole, and let's, like, I actually have that shirt, and that's what got me on this show because
yeah.
um um oh my God, I am so bad. I only know you as Paul.
That's fine.
You saw me.
That's my real first name, dude. So
So I get it. I just like
well,
I don't know if it's supposed to refer to people by their tag names or but
no, I
that's
get both. I
where
get both Cerebral and Paul. It works either way.
Pineapple.
Or
so I
sometimes
remember
hey
you seeing
or
the
hey
shirt
hey
that I
asshole
have.
also works. I will respond to a asshole.
So
Oh,
I
go
remember
ahead.
you
Sorry.
seeing the shirt that I have where it says show up, wreck everyone, and leave. And
Mm.
I
Yeah.
still remember Roman Reigns walking down in that Survivor Series and
Yep.
wrecking everybody and leaving.
Yeah, yeah,
And then Monday Night Raw comes out, and all of a sudden Paul Heyman is walking him to the ring, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be freaking interesting right here. This
yeah,
right here got
yeah.
my attention, and I think the rest is history because that's when everybody really turned in attention. Because I mean, like look at what was going on at WrestleMania.
Yes.
Half the crowd is chanting Cody, the other half is chanting Roman Reigns. So it's not like it's a one-sided
Because
thing
that
where you have the
tribal,
heel
yeah,
versus the hero. No, people really wanted Roman to win.
yes, because people have
I hate to
enjoyed the
say this
tribal
though.
chief.
I do think it was a little more. It was probably more like 60-40 from what I could tell. But yeah,
But the point being is
Well,
that the tribal
yeah,
chief, right, got
right.
over. Even though yes, he was a heel, but it all happened naturally. That was the thing, right? And he built off of it naturally. It wasn't anything that was shoved down anybody's throats. Granted, yes, definitely helped having one of the best people in the business to get heat by your side in Paul Heyman, right? And Paul Heyman clearly has done a lot of work with him on the microphone, because if you remember, as the big dog, he wasn't the greatest of talkers on a microphone. He got better under Paul Heyman, right? Now you could actually say he would. I consider Roman Reigns, when he'd even talk, that he's up there with some of the best talkers in the industry. No, I'm not meaning that he's a Piper or a CM Punk level, but you don't have to be considered good. He's good. He's definitely a heck of a lot more competent and good on that microphone than
that's
he
all
was
you need right
beforehand,
there.
right? And I think that's thanks to Paul Heyman. If you're hooked up with Paul Heyman, of course, that's going to rub off on you, and you're going to learn a lot, not just about the industry and how to be the best, in your position that you're put in, but talking. Paul Heyman, as I said, he not only probably arguably the greatest mind in frickin' the wrestling industry, because like he said at the Hall of Fame, without ECW, there's no Attitude Era.
Right.
They really kick-started all that,
ECW was essentially what NXT is today.
Yes. And so there's a lot of things that man has been at the forefront of that's changed the industry, or helped change the industry. And he still helps change the industry, right? He's, I know he's not in upper management and everything, but they give him a lot of say backstage, especially when it pertains to storylines, or, he'll give his input and say, look, this guy's ready for a push. And, there's a lot, I put it this way, there's been a lot of superstars that have finally gotten somewhere and gotten the spotlight because of Paul Heyman. Vince would have looked at him and gone, oh, I don't see anything. Paul looks at someone. Like Paul looked at CM Punk. Vince looked at Punk, and because Punk isn't the big, bulky dude that Vince likes in a wrestler, he thought, oh, no, he's not going to be Belch. He's going to be nothing. He's not going to be main event. Paul Heyman saw dollar sign. Right?
I have to say one thing that I two reasons I've gained a lot of respect for Heyman over the last. I watched the 2-hour documentary they did on him a few years back. I finally had a chance to watch that. Learned a lot about him, and you'll notice that even when he got his induction this weekend, and even later, all he does is talk praise about Triple H.
Oh yeah, he's a Paul Levesque. He's a Paul Levesque guy. When he made that statement, I was like, I've known it for a while because it's kind of been out there for a while, but he really didn't like Vince McMahon. He really didn't like Vince.
The fact that he verbalized it, and I think he really, really meant it.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
And I applaud them for allowing him, because of the language he started to use. I loved it. His whole speech. The only thing with that, and I know it's already been called out because people did think it was a bit odd. Like, he was the premier, I guess, or the main. There's always that one standout when it comes to the Hall of Fame. And people were a bit perplexed at why they had him go first and not finish it. You know what I mean? That was a little bit perplexing. I've never seen them put you could call it the main attraction of that year's Hall of Fame first. But man, his speech was just top. Like, if people didn't know, a lot about his history outside of, he's been, he owned and ran ECW, and he's the manager of Brock Lesnar. You found out a lot and I mean, it was a fair speech, but in a short amount of time, he explained a lot. And I even thought it was interesting that you got to see the real side of him, especially when he first opened up and he was getting emotional, where he's talking about, I know how to come out here and be my character and talk that way. I don't know how to come out here and be Paul, Paul from home. He did, and he said, oh, I loved it. He goes, I'm in the back, and I'm talking to RVD, and he's like, yeah, Paul. And then he's like, then I'll talk to my son, and my son's like, And then he's like, enough with that. Look, the stash is in my car, so I thought that was funny. But it was good, like they showed it was interesting actually. They showed RVD and that was still on WWE programming, and as far as I'm aware, he's still under an AEW contract. That was quite interesting. I was like, you know what? Maybe that's their little pot shot back at them. You know, without being as glamorous as what Tony Khan does with his pot shots at them. It was cool to see Bubba there. Tommy Dreamer was there. So Dawn Marie. You had a lot of ex ECW people that were on the stage seats. You know, when he was first coming out, and he hugged Bubba and
Right.
and that. So that was great. But yeah, possible date looking like next year's WrestleMania for Rock and Cody. WWE also, now we've seen it. It's interesting. I kind of had a feeling being in Philadelphia, who was under the Rey Mysterio mask during that match, but they're looking to ask Jason Kelsey to return after what he done at WrestleMania 40. You know, I don't know. We've seen, you know, the wrestling industry turn footballers into wrestlers. He's certainly got size about him, so I'm not really going to say that it can't be done, but
Goldberg. Sorry.
No, but he's also...
It requires a lot more developmental on that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So they're looking to get
Spear,
him
jackknife, pile driver. That's all I know.
But at the same time, I don't think he's going to have that much of a run, because I believe he's up, well, getting up towards 40, because I know he's the older Kelsey brother. But look, you know, if he's interested in doing it, I mean, why not? I just don't know where you're going to fit him anywhere in the whole thing. And yeah, I mean, I know he's talked about it himself. I think it was a few years ago. I watched him on a podcast, and I think it was on Pat McAfee's podcast a couple of years back. He's always been a wrestling fan. He said, you know, I've had considerations about once I'm done with football. I mean, Christ, Pat McAfee went from being a punter to he was a wrestler in NXT for a while, and a minute before they settled him as a commentator. So, I mean, if McAfee can do it, and he was a punter, and Jason Kelsey's a centre, and he's got some size, I mean, you know, I suppose anything's possible. Cody Rhodes broke personal WrestleMania merchandise record. He surpassed his own personal WrestleMania weekend record, adding another layer of achievement to his remarkable journey. He surpassed all expectations, of course, over the weekend, becoming the new champ. But it's been reported that he surpassed his performance at WrestleMania 39, achieving a new personal best with his merchandise. An internal WWE memo circulated among several members of the company revealed that Rhodes generated over $1.5 million in merchandise sales through the WWE World and Shop during the WrestleMania weekend, and was the highest merchandise seller for the weekend. So that was interesting, considering, you know, you did have Rock's merchandise there too, and still Bloodline merchandise, which still sells quite well. And the pay-per-view itself has been hailed as WWE's most successful event ever. So that's its most successful and highest grossing event in its storied history. One of the standout achievements of WrestleMania 40 was its monumental gate, which shattered previous records by an astounding 78%. Of course, held at Lincoln Financial Field over 2 nights, the event drew an impressive, so this was obviously calculated over the 2 nights, 145,298 attendees from all 50 states and 64 countries worldwide, solidifying its status as a global phenomenon. In addition to its remarkable gate, WrestleMania 40 also experienced a substantial surge in viewership, with a 41% increase across both nights compared to the previous year's record-setting audience. This surge in viewership was mirrored by a significant uptake in merchandise sales, which soared by more than 25% compared to the previous record set at WrestleMania 39. Moreover, WrestleMania 40 made waves in the sponsorship arena, featuring the first ever ring match sponsorship with Prime Hydration. The event also hosted WWE World WrestleMania.
Yeah, that
I
was
know,
annoying.
God.
I don't know.
I
I'm
know.
sorry. I have not. I'm gonna tell you what. Right now, the day that the day Prime drops Logan Paul is the day I will go buy one because I have never had one, and I am sorry. I will literally I will TikTok it. I will put it on social media. I will go out and buy a Prime the day Logan Paul drops from that brand.
But I
No,
believe he started the brand though, so he can't. Well, I mean, theoretically,
Exactly, but I'm
I
just saying.
know.
That's what I mean. I can't. I'm sorry, Logan Paul.
Mm.
Hey, cool, you're a celebrity. Here's a free golden ticket to something that people like earn through blood, sweat, and tears.
And of course, on social media front, it broke records as the most socially viewed WrestleMania ever of all time, accumulating over 700 million views over the two-day extravaganza. Additionally, WWE's YouTube channel experienced a historic milestone on WrestleMania 40 Sunday, garnering more than 67 million views in 24 hours, marking the channel's most viewed day in its history. So the success of WrestleMania 42 extended beyond the main event, with Friday Night SmackDown at Wells Fargo drawing the largest gate in SmackDown history, while Monday Night Raw at the same venue recorded the largest gate in Raw history. Furthermore,
Did you watch last night? You heard what they said. They pulled down all the jumbotrons and put up monitors so they could squeeze more people in last night. That's how big it was.
And furthermore, NXT Stand and Deliver achieved its own milestone as the most attended NXT pay-per-view event ever, with over 16,000 fans in attendance at Wells Fargo Center.
That's just nuts.
Yeah. So the whole weekend, they were smashing records left, right, and center, man. Starting with Raw last week, then obviously SmackDown, then the NXT pay-per-view, and then the 2 nights of WrestleMania. I could just imagine the money that rolled in. Jesus.
Well, and then the WWE live stuff they were doing.
The WWE World, yeah.
World, yeah.
You know, but all right. So out of the two pay-per-views, we'll start with Stand and Deliver first, obviously, because that was the first WWE pay-per-view of the weekend. You had a really good match card from. You had one match on the pre-show, which was Joe Gacy defeating the recently returned from AEW Shawn Spears, which was a pretty cool match, I guess, to kick off before the pay-per-view. And they finally gave Joe Gacy a win in that, considering he'd been in some, I'd say, mid-profile sort of to high-profile matchups recently with like Dijak and stuff like that, where you thought, oh, they're going to get him over with this new crazy lunatic character that he's kind of loose cannon kind of character that he's playing, and he'd always fall short. So they finally gave him a win. But then we got into the main card, and you had Baron and Braun taking on Axiom and Fraser. Did you see that match, Paul, at all?
Yes, I watched everything. I watched everything except the pre-show match.
Yeah. How about you, Citra? Did you catch NXT's pay-per-view or not?
No, I did not watch NXT's pay-per-view. I will be honest on that one.
No, that's all right. That's all right. But look, Baron Corbin and Breaker, we know ended up retaining their title, and it's interesting. Look, the match was great because you had power guys against speed guys, which generally is a good combination in the ring. I just don't understand. I didn't think they would have such a long run as they're having as champions, considering they're really pushing Braun. Who did he sign with on SmackDown? He's a SmackDown superstar. He's considered now.
Yeah, they're pushing him on SmackDown.
Yeah, so I thought maybe they would have had Axiom and Nathan Fraser beat them so he can finally, leave NXT behind. But clearly not. They're not ready for them to break Corbin and him up. But look, at the end of the day, it's given Corbin a new lease on life. Like, he was really going nowhere on the main roster, and he's come back down and teamed up with Bron Breakker, which has kind of benefited him. But once Bron leaves, I'd keep Baron on NXT because I think it's just a better spot for him, especially because there's so much going both in the mid-card and main event scenes on both brands or the main roster. He'd just get lost in the shuffle coming up there.
Yep.
unless he comes up in a tag team, I guess. But
I was gonna say, what if they bring him up as a tag for him and Braun?
Brian, maybe, yeah, that'd be the only way I could see it happen. Otherwise, if he's back on his own again, I think he's the most entertaining I've seen him in a long, long time being in this tag team, because they kind of feed off each other. But, yeah, I wouldn't like to see him back as a solo guy again. And then, of course, we had the triple threat match, which is a very hard-hitting match, I must say, and I love the ending of this, with the NXT North American Championship. I knew Obafemi wasn't going to lose it. I won't say it never happens, but it's just rare when you see a champion walk into like one of those triple threat or fatal fours. They don't tend to lose in those situations. They have a tendency to lose when it's a one-on-one. And besides that, he's not had the championship for very long, so they're clearly trying to build this big boy up. And look, those three guys brought it, man. I thought they brought out the best in each other, and Dijak's been fantastic since they took him back down to NXT. Like, he doesn't matter who he has a match with. I think he brings out the best in those that he's having a match. I mean, look at the feud between him and Ilya before Ilya became the NXT champ. Like, he really brought the best out in Ilya, and really made him move up into that main event scene as a legit main eventer for the brand. So that was a great match. Then of course you had the 6 women's tag match, which I didn't exactly care for, but the babyface team obviously won. The Chase University team with Thea and Kalani and that.
I don't know if I've said it here before, but I don't care for those big 6-person tags.
No, because
the Royal Rumbles and stuff, because it's hard to really watch anything happen.
No, exactly.
I can't.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of people running around the ring, and they're, it's like whatever.
I mean, for me, look, the Royal Rumble's kind of an exception, but I agree with you on the 6 tag match, because not everybody's really getting a chance to really shine, and there's too many people really that they're trying to do too much or too little or whatever. So, the women's match was fantastic. Now that was one of the standout matches on the pay-per-view, with Roxanne Perez actually becoming the new NXT Women's Champion. She's also recently, as we've seen, turned heel, and a very aggressive heel at that. That was a really, really great match. Fantastic. Probably, I would have to say, out of the 3 women's championship matches over the weekend, it could be argued Roxanne and Lyra's was the best match, realistically. Just from a wrestling standpoint, like, those two just really brought it, because they've got 2 different styles, and with Roxanne, with her style upping the aggression with this new character that she's got going on, it was really a fun match to watch. So I really enjoyed that. Then I enjoyed, of course, the next match for the NXT Championship. My prediction was wrong. Ilya ended up retaining his title. I seriously thought they were going to give it to Tony D, because I thought, look, Ilya's had a really good run. They're already talking about main roster for him. He's done everything he can possibly do in NXT, especially once he's won the championship, and he's had a bit of a run here with it now. And I thought Tony kind of needed the rub to not only really cement him, even though because of his character as the Don of NXT, playing that sort of Italian mob boss character that he's got going on, but I really think he needed that rub to sort of move him up and establish him at that next level of that main event scene.
I think they missed a chance by not doing that. They could have started evolving his story a little bit. Evolving his character.
And then having new challenges. And as I said, I thought, I mean, obviously we didn't know it until the following couple of nights when Gunther dropped the title. But now looking back, if they were, which they would have, because we know it's all predetermined, if they knew that Gunther was going to like drop his title to Sammy, I thought, well, if you knew that was in the works, it would have been the perfect time to have Ilya drop his title to move him up, and you could reignite that feud again from their NXT UK days, because that feud, honestly, and I'll argue it with anybody, was one of the most brutal feuds I had seen in years. And when it actually happens on the main roster, for those that haven't seen Ilya Dragunov and Gunther going at it, be prepared to squint and you know, I'm telling you, because
I've said this the last couple of weeks, and I'll say it again. Gunther hits like a truck, okay?
Yeah. And then, like, I know Dragunov isn't as big as him, but Dragunov hits like a damn truck too. Like that.
Like,
and that man loves punishment. Like, he just takes it, man, and he smiles at you. I remember even when Gunther used to chop the crap out of his chest and really light him up, he'd say, "Is that all you got? Give me more, bring it on." Like, I was sitting there going, no wonder they call you the Mad Dragon. Like, good Lord, like, and like they really, like, I'm talking Ric Flair slapped the crap out of each other.
Well, that's what I mean. When I was watching, you know, I know we're not talking about it yet, but I was watching Gunther's match, and that's what I thought. Holy shit, this guy is nailing this guy.
I honestly don't know how he didn't knock all the air out of Sami Zayn. Like, good Lord, like, man hits you, man. Like, it'd be like, his chops are like Big Show's from back in the day, when Big Show literally put some force behind. I'm like, good Lord, this man nearly caved your chest in. Good Lord. And then, of course, we got the main event that the whole pay-per-view was kind of built around. Trick Willie. Trick Mello game, finally going over his former brother-in-arms, Carmelo, and I think Carmelo will now fully move up to the main roster. He was another one that they brought up to SmackDown, but that was a good win for Trick, and now really re-established. I mean, he was already, you know, had that main event match with Dragunov. I think it was at the last pay-per-view, and we know he got screwed over, but it keeps him in that scene now. Maybe that's where Dragunov's going to drop it. Maybe they got plans for him to drop it to Trick, to really get Trick, you know, because Trick Williams right now, without a shadow of a doubt,
he's hot in NXT. He's really hot in NXT.
He is. I would say the most over in NXT. You know, that whole crowd, the minute his music starts playing, it's whoop that Trick. I've even heard that, even though he's not on the main roster. I've heard it on the main roster, whoop that Trick. And I'm like, that's how over he is. That's how over he is. You know, I still say, like, you know, he's got a bit to I hope they keep him on NXT for a bit longer, because he's getting there. Look, microphone skill-wise, I mean, the man was born to have a microphone. There's no dramas there. And I have noticed his wrestling ability has gotten better, but I think, just like Tiffany did it with herself, because they were going to bring Tiffany up and she turned around and said, no, I'm not ready. I think he needs at least another good 12 months in NXT before they even consider bringing him up, just to really hone his wrestling skills, because they need to be in line with his mic skills before I'd be bringing him up. But he's getting there. Like, you know, he is improving. Because I remember when he first started getting the ring, I was like, oh, damn, he's as green as hell. But now, like, that was probably one of the better matches I've seen him in. So, and, you know, him being around Carmelo, I knew Carmelo was going to bring out the best in him, you know, because they've been teamed up for so long, pretty much since they both came into NXT. They were teamed together. So, no, it was a fantastic way to kick off the WrestleMania weekend, and as I said, top to bottom, it was a pretty decent pay-per-view. But of course, on to the big one, where our brother here, Centurion, can actually talk about matches and stuff. We had two really fantastic nights of WrestleMania. There's people already calling it the best WrestleMania in history. We knew that they had a big thing to pull off, considering WrestleMania 17 has always been considered the greatest WrestleMania ever. But I think you could argue,
this one knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, I think you could argue it, at least at the point that it surpassed it, or if you don't want to go that far and saying that it's at least level with it, it was pretty freaking top to bottom damn good. And of course, night. I think night two outdid night one. Put it that way. In my opinion.
which is the way it should be, not like last year where night
No,
two kind of.
no. But when we get to them, there was a couple of matches on night one where I did feel a little bit let down. I thought the match was gonna be a bit better than what ended up happening.
You mean that 30-second gig job? Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But no, of course we had the women's championship kicked off night one. What was your thoughts, boys? On I'll start with you, Centurion. What was your thoughts on Ripley and Becky Lynch?
That's where so I'm not like the hugest Rhea Ripley fan, but
Right.
I would definitely say I will definitely say for kicking it off, what was really cool was obviously Becky Lynch. Why did I keep doing that? Rhea Ripley's intro with having the heavy metal band actually do her song. Let's just put it this way: it was a really good match. It was one of those ones that I actually did. Sometimes you find yourself coming and going from a match. This one, it was definitely one that I watched from start to finish. I was actually very curious on were they going to once again use Becky Lynch or were they going to continue leaning on Rhea Ripley? I was actually happy to see that they were going to continue leaning on Rhea Ripley just because I feel like we've already seen at least what we have right now with Becky Lynch, unless she by some chance reinvents herself again. Because, we've seen like at least two iterations of Becky Lynch as, what she started out as Becky Lynch and then the man Becky Lynch. So
Yeah,
I will
exactly.
definitely say Rhea Ripley is a more interesting character. So I'm glad that she was allowed to keep the title. But that's where I at least want to see Rhea Ripley's character continue evolving and it just doesn't stay the same. I do want to see her break away from Judgment Day because I really do feel that she would probably do better standing alone than basically being like the main support for the Judgment Day. But it was overall a really good match. I definitely want to say that, as an opening, when you're being the first act on the first day, you're kind of going to set the tone, and she definitely set the tone for the
Yeah.
show very well.
And on sort of piggybacking off that, if people want to know why, for a good portion of that match, too, Rhea Ripley was dominating Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch was very, very much under the weather. She was not well.
I was just going to
whatsoever.
mention that. I was just going to mention that.
Oh yeah, she had strep throat, which is why she wasn't cutting a whole lot of promos for the match. But now that's the hilarious part to me is they were just like, because the announcers will sometimes showboat, and they're like, it's like 54 degrees out here, and yeah, don't get me wrong, the people in the crowd were cold. But if you actually watch the show, every once in a while you'll catch a glimpse of the heaters that they had raining down on the ring.
Right.
So that's one of those things where I'm like, those superstars were not cold.
No, not a chance, man, not a chance. But look, I'm agree with you. I thought it was a great match. I said to Paul last week. Not only did I think it was a hard match to pick for it taking place because I just was looking at it going, could go either way. I don't know, but I was kind of sitting there too, thinking, look, you're trying to really establish, and I think she's already there, but really establish with everybody that Rhea Ripley is the main woman now of the women's division, leading it forward, and she's already had the title for 12 months because we know she won it last year's WrestleMania off of Charlotte. So I think giving her a record run, and I know she's broken a couple of records, but people aren't sick of her either. I've been saying this.
Not.
I've been saying this for a while. Granted, we all can sit here and say we think that the tribal chief character was the best thing for Roman Reigns, and for a lot of it, I will say it was very entertaining. But I'll at least go back and say for the last a year and a half.
I was going to say, for me, it's about a year and a half.
Yeah,
but
about a
the
year
last
and a half, it started to lose excitement with it, and I think people were starting to get bored of him as Chet because it was just getting too long. It's not like back in the day
It
where
was
they
turning
could...
into the. It was turning into almost the NWO.
Yeah, and like, don't get me wrong, I
because
know...
They just show up and destroy everything.
Yeah,
and they really weren't moving the story. The story wasn't moving.
No, and so he was starting to, not the heel character itself, but like, because he was sitting at home a lot for the last 12 months as well. And I think in this modern era, it is very hard. It doesn't matter who you are to real long title reign. And I get it. They wanted to try and do one for this modern era, and it hadn't really been done since really, Hogan's era, where they could get away with it in that era. I mean, obviously all the way back to Bruno, where Bruno had it for 4 or 5 freaking years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was different times. And he could have probably still been the champ and keep going, like Paul's mentioned before. They had to introduce new elements to the bloodline, like introducing Rikishi when him and Roman were going back and forth last year on Twitter, introducing Roman's dad a little bit more, introducing The Rock sooner, and really continuing to add new elements and spice it up to keep it going, because I really believe that bloodline story, especially once Sammy and Jay were out of the bloodline, that's where you started to see it fall off the cliff.
Yeah, because we've talked about it before. They really could have pushed ahead of the table thing. They could have pushed it a lot.
And people really started to lose interest, and were starting to get more interested, even though it was a weird dynamic, like you said, Centurion. Weird dynamic with Judgment Day. People started to move and be more interested in Judgment Day over the bloodline, and then people were getting sick. I think that's half the reason why they made the Other World title. People were just getting sick of Roman as a champ. Like, okay, we get it, and because the other thing that didn't help, and Paul, I know you definitely agree with this, his matches never changed. Every time he defended that belt, the ending was the same every single time. It was never changed up.
I honestly tried to look to see where he won his last match solo without interference. I can't find one. Dead on. I cannot find one that
and
he's
didn't
won
I
by
say,
himself.
I said I didn't care if they had him win a match, but it was him kicking someone in the nuts himself and then spearing him or poking him in the eye, and him just doing it himself, not any of his cousins coming out and doing it for him. I would have been fine with that if he had a couple of matches here and there where he won cleanly, because at the end of the day, here you are saying he is the tribal chief, this big bad Samoan. Surely he can win a match on his own, even still as a heel, because I did point out, Brock Lesnar was a Paul Heyman guy, and Brock Lesnar has never, ever been a part of no group or team, and he won on his own with just Paul Heyman being on the outside. So if he could do it, and that's big bad Brock Lesnar, and you got big bad Roman Reigns, I don't understand why they couldn't. I've changed it up there and here and there, and made matches where it's like, right, all your cousins, all your family members, they're all banned from ringside. If they come out, we're stripping you of the title. To make, from a storyline that way, make him win it by himself. As I said, I don't care if he still cheats to win. He could even do those dirty pins. I don't care as long as it's him doing it. And they never bothered to do it. And so I think that played a bit into it too, that people were like, here we go. Yeah, we know who's going to win this match. Yep. And sure enough, it was, right? And so that was, I think, the issue towards the end there. And see, that's my point being, is nobody's sick of Rhea Ripley as the champion, and she's had it for 12 months now. I personally think she could probably hold it for another 12 months, and people still wouldn't be sick of it. One good thing is she's proven she can win matches on her own without the Judgment Day.
Yeah, and she's a working champion.
And she's there every single week, right? Even if she might not be wrestling, or even if she might not be defending the belt, but just in a match on a Raw or whatever, she's there all the time. and people are still, right into it. I actually think there might be another level again to her and more fandom to get in there, but like that whole crowd still chant. While they're chanting "Mommy," I mean, hey, like they're chanting "Mommy," I'd keep the belt on her until you start realizing that change with the crowd, and maybe you go, okay, maybe now's the time, because you don't want to do a Roman with her or anybody, right? You got to know the time when it's like, okay, I think now's the time we've got to have them drop the title because it's run its course now. You don't want it to overdo it, and I think that's what happened with the Bloodline storyline. But
Yep.
with the Bloodline storyline,
but they stopped again. They stopped doing anything with the Bloodline storyline.
now that no, but
yeah,
if they're smart,
now they can move with it. Now then, now they
you've got two guys, and it was announced. I actually thought one of the guys was actually going to come out in the main event. They were both backstage at WrestleMania. So they've signed Tama Tonga from Japan. He's a part of their bloodline. They've also got Jacob Fatu, who was known as the Werewolf in MLW and was their champion for 2 to 3 years before Alex Hammerstone finally beat him. One of those
MLW, isn't that one of the bloodletting? That was one of those really vicious ones, wasn't it? Good
MLW,
God.
yeah, and it's run by a guy. It's run by a former WWE guy, like the guy that actually owns and runs that. He was a former creative in WWE. But you've got two new members there that you can interject into the bloodline, right? And if you wanted to add even more spin and new take with the bloodline, you've got The Rock's daughter in NXT that you could introduce as the female part for that. And really change
there's
it
also one other guy they can introduce into the bloodline.
Who's that?
I don't know if you've seen him, like Bronson Reed, is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is Samoan. He is, but
he's
he
not
has
one of my favorite wrestlers. He's a little slow, but yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna say it right now, like a
I know he's not,
330-pound freaking walking wall of a man.
Put it this way. I know he's not related to them in any way, shape, or form. He's got Samoan heritage, but he's from Adelaide, Australia. Obviously because he stayed in his. But they could do a Von Erich thing with him, right? Because the Von Erichs, if you remember that era, you had the real Von Erichs, but then they had like 2 or 3 others that weren't actually related to him in any way, shape, or form, but they came in as a part of the Von Erichs.
Well, we all know that the bloodline will bring somebody in that's not related to him because we had Sami Zayn in
Sami Zayn, right? So, but like you said, Bronson, though, unlike Sammy, who's a bloody... I know he's Canadian, but, he's got that... what is it? What nationality has he got in him? Stopping him from Saudi Arabia there for a while. I don't know if it's Iranian or something like that. But anyway, he's white boy.
Oh no, you're right. You're right. There is something in him because I've seen him wear on his gear certain like I forget the name of the language.
Yeah. He's like
kind of Sanskrit that they do
no, sorry, I got it wrong. He's not Iranian. He's Syrian back.
That's right.
There you go.
And he couldn't until I think it was last year was the very first time that they actually were able to take him on tour over there. They got permissions and everything. And I think they, at that point in time last year, there wasn't any issue between that country and Syria. So before that, he couldn't go over there because of that. He wasn't going to be allowed into the country. But no, I mean, at the end of the day, but he's white. But whereas you could actually bring Bronson in and say, hey, he is a part of our bloodline because he's got Samoan heritage and he looks like them. So as I said, you could basically do a Von Erich type of thing there with that. And because even the fake Von Erichs that were part of the Von Erichs, they all made them have like Texan accents and stuff like that because that's where the Von Erichs were from in Texas and that. So, and they made them like pick people that kind of look similar to them as well to sort of really push it. I don't know, these are Von Erichs, but they're not really Von Erichs. So you go look up their name and that. But
yeah,
and it's funny because Kevin Von Erich hated that his dad did that. He did not like that at all. It is what it is. That's history. But look, that's what they could do to spice up the bloodline. But next match was the 6-pack.
Real quick, real quick to cap off the bloodline thing. According to an article I'm reading, Roman's not even set to make an appearance again until August.
Oh, there you go. Which
Just
would be
so you're aware.
SummerSlam.
Yeah.
Which would be SummerSlam month. But the six-pack tag team ladder match, man, that was actually, we were just talking about we don't really like these six-man matches, but that actually was a pretty good match.
There were some wild moves in that match to go from the top of the ladder to the side.
I know. And yet, I was right on one of my predictions. Where it surprised me is they actually split the tag titles. That I didn't see that coming. I thought there might be a team that would take it all out, because the Judgment Day had. But they split the tag titles again. So now you're going to have tag champs on both brands, which I think is a good thing. Since there's WWE still doing the whole, split brand thing. But I did say I thought Awesome Truth would be one of the teams that would win, which they did. They won the Raw tag. I did not, for the life of me, see the team that was week leading into it was rumoured to be taken out and replaced by the British boys, the flamboyant ones, Pretty Deadly, which obviously clearly they changed their minds again at the last minute again and kept Theory and Waller in. I did not see them winning though. I did not see them winning. I thought it was going to be Awesome Truth or DIY. I knew it wouldn't be New Day because New Day's, their legacy's set as one of the best tag teams, right? So I knew they didn't need that rub. And I don't think New Catch Republic has gotten over, with Pete.
I don't know. I personally, I could care less about New Tech Republic still. I have no investment in them.
No. You gotta be like, don't get me wrong, I love their style and I love how Pete Dunne twists people's fingers and bends them, right. That's all cool, but I just never going to truly get over because neither one is charismatic enough or good on a microphone. They're both fantastic in the ring. Fantastic wrestlers in their own right, Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. But I never envisioned that they would win. But what did you think of that match, Paul? I'll start with you first.
I enjoyed it. In fact, I tweeted it. I love the fact that the Miz and that Awesome Truth won that because I think that's going to make for some fun spots over the next few months.
Yeah.
And if last night's any indicator, I'm very much correct.
Oh, dude, I am sorry. R-Truth showing up in the Judgment Day, holding up his title.
Yeah.
I brought the belt back to the Judgment Day.
Yeah.
What the hell, dude?
Look, I've said it before. He is the golden goose for WWE. He really is. That man is an absolute freaking diamond, bro. Like,
yep.
He's probably the best. You know what? I was just gonna say he's probably the best comedic act.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he's the best comedic act they've had in a long time.
Yeah, and I think this is also gonna help push Miz up again too.
Yeah,
because
they
work so well off each other. They work so well off each other.
Yes.
Miz is trying to be the straight man to R-Truth being whatever the hell that is.
Yeah. And this is the first time really Miz has actually got over as a babyface. I mean, he's been a heel for say a good 95%.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the other thing. They've turned him babyface. Yeah. And the fact that and they telegraphed it, and I don't think anybody saw it coming until they heard his music pop.
They tried it.
And they said, we're gonna have a third guy out here, but you're not going to see him. And nobody caught that until the
you're not going to see him. Yeah. But look, they tried back in the day in his early pick. They did try to turn Miz back then babyface. It didn't work. I think it was in a month he was back to playing a heel. But now teamed up with R-Truth, it's really clicking and working, which is good to see another facet because I'm like, this poor guy has been a heel his whole damn career. It'd just be nice to see if he can get over some degree, as a babyface.
Yeah,
and I think
I think he will. I think this is what's going to make it work because he's playing straight man to crazy.
Yes, to crazy. I still love it, Howie. I still love it. It was the funniest thing when he ran into the Women's Royal Rumble. I was like, hey, I thought where are the guys at? Where's the men at?
But, so you're right. I think this is going to be good for Miz. It's going to let him run the face thing for a while.
Yeah.
which to me, and it looks like he's going to have fun doing it. I think that for me, I think that's the most important part. They both look like they're going to have a hell of a lot of fun
Yeah.
doing this.
Yeah.
And people are going to have fun playing against whatever the that is.
And
you know,
how did you feel about who won the SmackDown titles?
kind of went the way I thought it was going to go. Of the ones that were left, I thought they were the ones most likely to take it. I'm
Yeah.
glad it wasn't. I'm not a big fan of Pretty Deadly or whatever the hell they're called.
Yeah.
I just think they're weird. I think that whole gimmick is weird.
They're, I'm telling you, they're ABBA in male form.
Yeah.
Every time their music hits, I'm half expecting them to come out to Dancing Queen.
Yeah, that's or YMCA or In the Navy or something. I don't know what's going on over there. But...
When it comes to Pretty Deadly, if I can interject real quick, I'm not gonna knock them obviously for the shtick or basically what they're trying to represent, but it's more like I'm gonna be up front. When I went to SmackDown at the end of February, like I was physically there. Me and Paul talked about that.
Yeah.
They had Pretty Deadly come out against two of the guys that actually were in 205 Live.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm gonna say, as soon as the two guys came out, I was like, oh my god, these are great wrestlers. And then they had Pretty Deadly come out to wrestle them, and now this is an untelevised match. This is the pre-show to get the crowd excited before they go live. When Pretty Deadly came out, that crowd was completely silent. They it was almost like Pretty Deadly was like the comic relief. Like, you watch them stub their finger and they're like over dramatically waving their hand around and stuff like that. Like, they're doing their shtick very well. They are very talented individuals that were basically handed of, this is your character and this is what you got to do. They are doing their characters correctly.
Yes.
It's just the fact that whoever created their characters needs to get over the hump that the characters are not resonating with the fans.
No. Well, not like they did in NXT. They were more over in NXT, I thought. But it was
that's where
crowd.
NXT... It's a small crowd, but also it's like kind of like me and like if we all noticed, I didn't watch the NXT pay-per-view. It's like the diehard of the diehard watch NXT, where this goes into like gaming, the whole difference between a casual and a casual and a hardcore person.
Right.
I will definitely say I'm probably the definition of a casual, because it's like, do you watch NXT? No. And that's where that's where all the up and coming talent comes from. And that's where, at least for NXT, they're having to appeal to a much smaller pool of fans. And generally the pool of fans that they're appealing to are those that have a much deep-seated attachment to wrestling and what they want to see come out of the wrestling industry.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I think Pretty Deadly could work if they took that comedic thing and they really went over the top. I mean, just clown it up. Do kind of like what R-Truth is doing. When you get hurt,
yes,
really, play it up a lot. I mean, just if you're gonna go that clown route in wrestling, you've got to do it over the top, way over the top.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah,
exactly. So what was your thoughts, Centurion? What was your thoughts, brother, on the
was Paul talking? I didn't mean to interject in that and try to hijack anything.
I'm fine. I gave my point of view. So what was your thing on the tag ladder match thing, whatever you want to call that, whatever?
I feel like you guys both hit the nail on the head. It was a good match, but the funny part is, I knew building this match up that it was just going to be all right, it's a ladder match. Of course, every WrestleMania, we got to have that gimmick of whether it's a street fight or a ladder match, something to basically to create the gladiatorial arena match of where we see people getting injured and put through ladders. Because honestly, I mean, I think it was was it Austin Theory or was it Grayson Waller that got thrown out of the ring on top of that ladder?
I think it was Waller.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was Waller.
Was
it Waller? And now that when you watch these matches, this is where I tell people, I'm like, it may be stories, it may be semi acted out, like where there's
Oh
some
yeah, but that's gonna
predetermined
hurt.
results. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I would not want to be thrown over the top rope and land on one of those ladders, because
No.
I've seen how they're made. They're like
Yes.
made out of very thin aluminum, and they're filled with foam. But I mean, that's like, dude, we know from watching those matches with like a guy that bruises easily, like Sheamus, and you
Yes.
just see some of the welts all over his body from hitting those ladders.
Yeah.
That you
Yeah.
just know, those ladders hurt. I don't care who you are. I've seen ladders knock teeth out. I've seen them gash them
Yeah.
open. They try to do their best to make them safe, but accidents happen. But that's where
Well, it's still got edges to the ladder. That's the issue too.
oh, that yeah.
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 But definitely I can't describe. I mean, for me, it made me happy that as soon as I heard that the Miz and R-Truth were in it, I was like, now that would be a tag team I would like to see. And it's obviously going over quite well, because
Yes. Yeah.
like we mentioned, like when we see Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest out there holding the belts up, and the camera cuts to the crowd, and all of a sudden it cuts back, and like R-Truth is now in the ring holding a belt up with them behind them, and they don't realize he's there. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, oh my God. And then the Miz comes out and is having fun with it. We saw him team up with John Cena for Monday Night Raw. And that's where definitely
I never saw the third guy. I wasn't sure who that was. So
but that, like you said, like I like how you pointed out, like, go full comedy, because
Yeah.
R-Truth is the only guy that you could sit there and say is a wrestler that has an imaginary friend named Little Jimmy.
Yes.
And for a lot of people, that would be like back in the day of like the passe stuff of like a clown that wrestles with Doink the Clown. But for whatever reason, R-Truth was able to push past that. Like that idiocracy of like, oh my God, this dude has an imaginary friend. And like, it's just, he does it so well that you're like, oh, here comes R-Truth. That means some stupid stuff's going to happen that I'm actually going to enjoy seeing. And that was,
and
that
the fact
one
that
made me happy.
even when the Miz came out, he's like, "Are you talking about Jimmy? Okay, are you talking about little Jimmy? Is that who our third person is?" It's like, so even he's like, "Who are you talking about?"
And that's why I say their writing right now is on point, because at any other time, any other wrestler, the minute you would have said you just don't see him, they'd be like, oh, John Cena's coming out. But the fact we're talking about R-Truth, who is in the past had an imaginary friend, so now you're like, oh my God, is this dude really gonna bring the imaginary friend routine back? And that's where it was kind of like a bait and switch, because as soon as you saw John Cena show up, you're like, oh, I get it. You don't see me, kind of thing. Okay, that was crafty there. But Austin Theory and Jason Waller, I'm going to say it right now. I find those two such a pain in the ass. But I guess that's where they do their job right.
That's where they do it well.
It's like the writer walks up to you and hands you an index card, and it literally, all it said was, "You're a pain in the ass," and it's like, okay, and so that means you're doing your job right. If people,
and
that's the funny part, huh?
I was just gonna say, I suppose just to piggyback quickly, it kind of made sense. Like if you're gonna have split the titles and have one babyface team win one, then kind of makes sense, I suppose, for a heel team to win the other, for balance purposes.
Oh yeah, for sure, for balance. But I also like what you said, is you didn't see it coming, them splitting the title, because we all remember, like, Roman Reigns had both titles, and all of a sudden it became the undisputed champion, and it was a black and gold title, and then all of a sudden they create the world heavyweight title,
right? And
I thought for sure, I'm like, are we gonna see the tag team champions become a single belt again, where it's just two belts, two guys, or are we gonna do this split brand stuff? And now, obviously, we're going to go back to the split brand stuff. But now, one thing I do question is, technically, we know that the Intercontinental title has basically been refurbished or relaunched, remodeled.
Yes.
All the big the only titles that have not been remodeled are the United States Champion and the tag team titles. That being said, though, the United States Champion title belt actually matches like the critique of the belts that they have going on right now.
Yeah.
The ones that really do not fit in are the tag team titles.
Yes.
And that's where I'm just curious on, are they going to, by some chance, go, because they split the titles, are they now going to have like a remodeling of those titles where they're going
It'd
to
be nice.
make them kind of like fit
Right.
in with the rest of the belts?
Yeah. It'd be nice.
I
Especially
found that
too,
when they move the titles, just like they did with Cody, they tend to update the belt a little bit. So yeah,
See, that's the only thing. They just updated the belt that Cody has. Like, I mean, that belt isn't even, I think, a year old.
no, and it could be changed to the old school winged title now because
Right.
that's what Cody's pushing for.
Yep.
You could, but that's where I don't know. See, that's definitely, I really don't know on that one. I
I
will
mean,
be
from a
truthful
legacy
because
history point, like it was one of the best looking world titles in history.
well, we did see the world. We now the heavyweight championship, both the men's and women's, looks like the old school heavyweight
WCW,
championship.
Yeah.
And remember that part of Cody's thing is the wings too, so it would blend in with his setup as well.
Yeah.
Now that's where I'm curious on with Cody. Like, this is where I might be going like in the La La Land, down into like conspiracy theory with a tinfoil hat. Is we did see that The Rock told Cody that he would be back for him, and that when we see this match between The Rock and Cody, I really do think it's gonna be, like he said, champion or not, I'm coming for you. I think that this match that is going to take place between The Rock and Cody is going to be for the moniker of the People's Champ.
Yeah.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like, I mean, like you saw like
yeah.
that awkward moment of where they exchange titles, and
Right.
and
Yep.
that's where I'm really, because like The Rock is the People's Champ, but at the same time you can't hold that title forever.
They could do a belt for belt match type of thing. You know, I win, I get both belts. You win, you get both belts. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah. It'll be interesting how they play that out. But see,
because right now Cody is the face of the company right now.
He's the face, but he is also the definition of a people's champ, because it's been a long time since you've had a character that really resonates.
I'm going to throw a spanner in your works, in both your works. After the weirdness, and I'm going to say weirdness, there's a lot of fans that watched Raw and thought it was one of the weirdest fucking promos anyone's put out. That
even promo, the crowd was chanting, "This is awkward."
Yeah, this is awkward, right? And
can I hold your belt?
No, but the whole point, the whole line, though, especially where The Rock's talking about Cody breaking his heart, I'm sitting there scratching my head like, okay. And then Cody's expression after The Rock saying, here, I'm going to give you something. I got something for you, right?
Yeah.
And I sat there now. I'm going to go with a little bit of conspiracy here of what Bischoff said recently. He said, the minute Cody wins that belt, I'd turn him heel. That expression that you saw on Cody's face after Rock made his statement, whether he did or didn't put anything in his hand, but it was made to look that he put something in his hand, was a more sinister, angry, evil look from Cody that we haven't seen this whole time. You know, he's pulled angry faces, but not the angry, sinister looking face that he pulled. And I'm sitting there thinking, it still may be a slow burn, but I have this feeling by the time we actually get to the Rock and Cody match, Rock's coming back as the big People's Champ babyface, and Cody will be a heel at that point.
If they do turn Cody heel, I hope they do it right. If they do turn Cody heel, they better be a slow fucking turn, and they better do it right.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we all remember where The Rock got the People's Champ moniker. He got it from the Nation of Domination, and he was in no way, shape, or form a good guy when he was in the Nation of Domination.
No, and he went from that basically to corporate Rock.
Yeah.
Yes,
but it was interesting the way Cody did go, I'm the champ, I'm their champ, and right now I'm your champ. Like, basically, I mean, that is like pushing for the People's Champ thing.
And I like this thing too that Yobi's saying. He goes, it can be three things. He goes, it's either Dusty's Hall of Fame ring, a watch Cody gave Rock, or it could be a lighter. Why a lighter? Yobi says, you play into the fact that Cody's bus caught fire over the weekend.
Oh, ouch. I was thinking it could have been like a mold of
Well,
Rock's
and
tiny dick. I mean, after what
I thought it
after
was a
what
roll of
Cody said.
quarters. No, I'm playing.
Yeah,
no,
rolling
and yeah, you're right, Yobi. You're 100% correct. I think what Centurion was meaning is when he got given that moniker from Muhammad Ali, it was when he was in the Nation of Domination. But Ali, of course, as we know, was the original champ. And
Right.
we've seen it at the Hall of Fame ceremony when Ali's widow gave Rock the bell. Rock, when he was a part of the Nation, at that point in time, asked permission of the Ali family. Could I use that moniker? Because him being a huge fan himself, like a lot of people, Muhammad Ali, he wanted to use the People's Champ. And honestly, when it comes to wrestling history, there's probably no better person that moniker fits than The Rock. Because when he's a babyface and he's right over with those he is the People's Champ. That's why there was a missed opportunity back in the day when Vince bought WCW, because you literally could have had People's Champ versus People's Champ. Because if everybody remembers, there was a second People's Champ. He was in WCW and his name was Diamond Dallas Page.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yes.
And you could have literally built it up. And he actually pushed for it and Vince shut him down. Page actually, when he came in, Vince is like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to keep your character as this cool People's Champ guy. I want to turn you into this psycho, gonna stalk Undertaker's fucking wife.
Yeah.
And he regrets playing that character. He did it because, being a company man, he just did it. And he's like, well, if he's not going to accept any of these ideas I'm throwing at him, I've got to do something, don't I? But he really didn't like it at all, Page. He's admitted that in an interview. He did not like doing that whole angle at all. Had no problem having a match with Undertaker, but he would have preferred to be, the People's Champ Diamond Dallas Page versus Undertaker instead of playing this creepy freaking, stalker character. Anyway, get back on track. We had the tag match where it was Ray and Andrade going over and defeating Santos and Dirty Dom. It was an interesting match. I don't know what much more you could really sort of say about it. The only thing I was expecting, and it didn't happen, because I thought there was like little hints leading up to it. I thought Carlito may have turned on Ray. Because every turn, Ray never chose him. You know what I mean? Like, he thought he was going to get chosen as Ray's partner, but then Ray chooses Dragon Lee. Right? And then Dragon Lee gets taken out, and of course, in the backstage skit, who's the person sitting there with a laid down Dragon Lee? No, the Carlito. Then it was Andrade, right? But what was your thoughts, boys, on that match?
It was pretty good. One thing I did really like about it, and it showed well, is for an old man, Ray can move. I'm just kind of Ray has not lost a step. Okay, yeah. Good old Dom will be lucky if he can still move like that at Ray's age.
Yeah, probably, But I mean, as it was, I think the match was what it was.
Yeah.
And what it was probably.
I don't think it did much to. I don't think they did much to move the storyline, really.
No. That's why I thought maybe having Carlito turn.
Right. That's why I'm saying they could have started to wrap up some of this Ray and Dom stuff if they would have chosen to. To me, this match was it was a match, and that's all it was. It didn't do anything to move the story either way. It didn't move the needle either way.
I don't like to really say it because what I'm about to say, but I think there was people that might have had a piss break during that.
Yeah.
Like it was. It just was. It was what it was, and
I didn't see the purpose for it in the end from a story.
No, and I don't think it did anything for anybody.
No.
How'd you feel, Centurion? Feeling about the same?
Yeah, I'm right there. I'm gonna be honest on that one. I'm right there. It was one of those matches where you go and I'm not trying to be insulting, but you go make a sandwich, use the restroom. Obviously you have it playing in the background.
Yeah.
But it was like, I hate to say it, but like the LWO for me is more interesting than Dal Phantasma, or however you pronounce it.
Legado del
And
Fantasma, yeah. It's a hard
I
one.
know, and that's where I'm just like, all right, cool. To me, it's like, all right, here we are. We got Dom versus Mysterio 2, and we've sucked in a bunch of upcoming superstars into that.
Right.
And that's where I'm just like, you know what? I feel like this is just like Dom versus Mysterio 2.0, and I'm like, I will definitely say it was definitely a match where I'm just like, all right, well, been there, done that, seen it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
and like I said, the big thing is they didn't move any of the storyline for either
No,
the
no, I
LWO
know.
thing or the Dom thing. They did nothing to
No.
move that storyline. Either one.
As I said, the match just was.
Yeah.
It was there. Maybe it was just there to
Yeah.
help fill the card, really, because I don't think anybody got anything out of it.
No,
Like, it was just there, and it's like, oh yeah.
I don't even think they talked about it last night. I don't even think they
No.
talked about it last
Now
night.
the next match, this was my first disappointment because I'm going to say
Is
this:
just is just a 30-second match? Is that
the
what
two
this was?
brothers,
Yeah.
right? I thought the 10
Oh,
seconds, the 10 to 20 seconds that they had their interaction in that Cody Roman match where Jay spears Jimmy off the stage through the table. I thought that was better. That 10, 20 seconds was better than the match that they actually put on. I was actually really disappointed in that match. I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be a heck of a lot better going because we all know sitting here what both these brothers are capable of in the ring, and I don't think it lived up to expectation at all. I really did. As I said, and a lot of people I've talked to agree with that. They think that the little spot that they had in Roman and Cody's match on the ramp and stuff, they thought that was better than their actual match.
Yeah.
That's saying a lot. How about your thoughts, Centurion? I'll start with you on this. What was your feelings on the brothers match?
I'm right there.
Yeah.
I'm right there with the whole situation of uh, I was dude. So we all know the Usos from back in the day with the Samoan War chant at the top of the walkway before they'd wrestle, and just how energetic they can both be. I felt like this match was not there. There was somebody like Paul did a survey of like what people thought of night one, and I read some of the comments in it, and I actually kind of have to agree that Jay is in a completely different, better shape than Jimmy.
Right.
And that's where I think like that as a result of that, we didn't see like this huge explosive aerial display that we're used to seeing from the Usos.
Right.
Like that's what we were both looking for, as like, these guys jumping off the ropes at each other and just doing all this crazy stuff. And it just literally became more of a, like a drama in the ring of I'm sorry and the deceitful stuff, and like them trying to have a conversation. And that's where I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I feel like you really hit it right where you just said that the most awe-inspiring thing we saw between Jimmy and Jay didn't even take place during their match. It happened at
No.
the end, at the match between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns.
Yeah, exactly. Which was disappointing. I thought so. My thoughts is I'd like to see another match between the two. Maybe do a build up to SummerSlam. And yeah, because I mean, look, then the match at WrestleMania is not going to be hard to top, but I want to see these boys do what they're capable of doing. To really put on a show. I'd be interested because they've both been looking forward to doing this for years. They obviously clearly enjoyed being a tag team and that, but they've wanted to have that one-on-one match with each other. It was a dream of theirs. Surely they both themselves, being the way that they are, and we have seen them, out of character in certain sort of documentary type settings, that they can't be satisfied with that themselves. I don't think they would be. I think they would have walked away going, look, we know we're capable of better, and that match would have been, should have been more captivating, especially because they have had a decent, build with the two brothers, especially considering that they've had them on separate brands. So I thought the build was perfect. The execution, though, fell short. But what was your thought, Paul?
Pretty much the same. Again, I'm going to go back to this. This match did nothing to borrow the term, finish their story. It did nothing.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
It didn't do anything to move that storyline at all.
No.
It and because of the fact that it was the last lackluster match,
Yeah.
You're right. The most exciting thing we saw was when they pushed each other off at a walkway during the final match, which wasn't theirs. It's like
No, exactly. Exactly, That was the best thing that they did all weekend, those two boys.
But so I don't know what purpose this match served.
The best part of that whole match, I will say this, but this comment's going to be very telling of the match itself. The best part of that was Jay's entrance. I thought I love Jey Uso's entrance. I really do. He gets that whole crowd, including Pat McAfee, standing on the commentary table, up doing, the hand movement.
Well, and what at the end wasn't CM Punk was doing it too, right? Wasn't it?
Was he? No, he was doing it on Raw. He was doing it on Raw.
On Raw.
Yeah. I thought that was pretty funny as well. But look, Jey Uso is another one that's so overriding now. At some point, it's got to be the right timing and it's got to fit. At some point, because I'll be disappointed if it doesn't happen, you need to give him a run with that World Heavyweight Championship on Raw. You have to. He's done so much work since separating from a tag team. We know since they came in until they separate, they've been tag team all this time. And he's just taken off and really established himself as one of the top singles guys. And I've said the whole time, like, don't get me wrong, Jimmy's doing a really good job with his character, but I always felt the minute they split, because I think Jay has more natural charisma. Not saying Jimmy doesn't have charisma. I just think Jay's got more charisma again. Like twofold more.
Right.
I think he can live up to the moniker he's been given as, main event Jey Uso. Especially now
and with Jay, they could actually have him go for Cody's belt too, because there's already pre-existing storyline there.
The thing I'm looking at now, especially because you've currently, unless they're going to change, Damien, you currently got a heel, and I said like, that's why I had a feeling Drew may have beat Seth, right? Because since that title was reestablished, you've had a babyface hold the title. So I was like, if Cody's going to win the other belt and he's a babyface, you kind of want a heel being the other world champ, again for that balance thing. So it was about time that not only did Seth drop it to a heel, but Seth deserves his time off. But Damien, of course, ends up cashing in. He's also a heel, right? So if you're going to give him a little decent run and he beats the first few opponent, I think Jey Uso, you could have Jey Uso beat him at some point. Yeah. And give Jey a run. Because I'd be acting sometime in the next 12 months while that iron is still very, very hot with Jey Uso. Like, I'd be taking advantage of that. You don't necessarily have to give him a hell of a long run when he wins it, but I think he's earned a chance to carry that.
Yeah,
title.
I mean, what him and Cody held the tag team one for what 2 days?
Yeah, exactly. No, and I'm like, if they're going to give Jey a title run with the world title, I mean, I want to see him have it for at least a couple,
right,
2 or 3 months at least. But have him win it and then reestablish the whole him and Jimmy and have them fighting over a title.
Yeah,
with more on the line. And, okay, who really is the best singles brother? Who really is going to be the man here? And hopefully, you can get a better match out of it. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I was just thought it fell a little bit flat. But the next match, look, it was what it was too. The six woman tag. As I said, this is why I thought night 2 was definitely outshone night 1, because while night 1 did have some great matches, it did have some matches that were just there, I think, and then obviously the brothers match didn't really live up to it. The six woman tag did what it did. You know, Jade looked like $1 million. She did a few moves there at the end to get the victory. Dakota Kai, you know, in my personal opinion, probably outshone even Asuka and Kairi Sane from their perspective, from that side of it. But it was what it was. Again, it was one of those matches where it was just like, well, you got 6 women in here, and it's 3-on-3, so each is only going to get however amount allotted time, and then they're tagged and in and out, you know. Wasn't bad, but it just, I don't know. I was just like, yeah, it's cool. And as I said, Jade, I mean, they're still continuing to make Jade look like the Storm of WWE, you know, as in Storm from the X-Men. Just a monster, like, yeah. But how did you feel?
Because physically she looks like a monster. In a good way. I mean, she looks like she's in shape enough to kick all their asses. Okay, I mean,
she looks like she looks that strong and looks that much in shape. She could kick half the men's roster's ass. She's power. I mean, she's got a lot of power.
She could deadlift Brock Lesnar and go what?
It would, yeah. It probably, you know what? It probably wouldn't surprise me, man. Like, she is actually quite a strong woman.
Yeah, she really is.
Yeah, she's put out workout, and I'm sitting there looking at the weight she's lifted. I'm like, good God, there's some of the blokes that can't do that. Unless they're like, you know, John Cena and Cesaro that are sort of known for doing that.
No, she's impressive. I really do like watching her wrestle, though. She really.
Yeah, I mean,
they moved her up at the right time.
Her finisher is pretty devastating looking too. Like that's what I look for in a finisher. Like, if you're gonna have a really good finish, it's got to look devastating. It's got to look like it hurts. It's got to look like it messes you up. And hers does.
And she's another one that she looks like she slaps really hard. Seriously, she doesn't mess around. I don't think.
Oh
so,
no,
no.
Yeah.
But those, like I said, those when they have those many people in the ring, I like it when it gets down to 2 or 3 because then I can really watch what they're doing.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, I think it was really a match, in my opinion. All about Jade. It really was. It was all about really showcasing Jade.
They've been doing that though. Since they brought her up, they've been.
But at the same time,
and saying.
At the same time, I love the slow approach they're taking because they know she's not quite there. I mean, she's got the look. We've said the whole time she's got the look. I've said it in AEW. She's got the look of a superstar. She presents herself as a superstar, and she can talk on a microphone. But they know, unlike AEW, who kind of just rushed with her, they know she's not there yet. So I notice what they're doing with her is putting her in situations where they make her look awesome, but she's also protected at the same time until they're more comfortable with her wrestling ability-wise. Because, as I said, she's like a baby. She absorbs everything like a sponge, right? And she's very willing to learn. She wants to get better. You gotta love that attitude with her. She had that all the time in AEW. She just didn't have the right training over there. Now she's got right trainers and everything down at the Performance Center. And she has, in my opinion, gotten better from how she looked in AEW. Because in AEW, I mean, she was green as green can be, right? She's still green, but she has come along. But I think they'll continue to do this slow thing with her until they're more satisfied that she can hold her own and say a one-on-one match where she's you haven't got anything there to protect you then, like compared to say a tag match or in this case being a part of a three woman team, right? And so you've got the two vets in Bianca and Naomi sort of, can take most of the weight, and then you bring Jade at the end to look like the big, strong girl they're portraying her to be. So it did its job in that sense.
Yeah.
And like I said, Dakota Kai, I agree with Yobi. She needs to be a solo act. She's ready to shine on her own. She's outgrown Damage Control, I believe, too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my thoughts on that. How about you, Centurion? What did you think of that match? About the same?
Yeah, man. Definitely Damage Control was something that I saw coming for a while. That I knew that there was going to be some drama that would take place. That being said, though, with Jade Cargill, I'm actually curious on what she's going to do for the brand, because I know she was really big over at AEW. And now I'm just curious on, are we going to be able to see some of that come from... I'm definitely looking forward to what we're going to get out of Jade Cargill. That is for sure.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, I think WWE's handling it better because they understood. They've got. She can be a megastar, right? She really could. I mean, she has that perfect look for a wrestler. Like, looks $1 million, right? And I think at the moment her mic work is a little bit ahead of her wrestling ability. But I like the way that they're doing it slow with her, because they're not going to do what AEW did and put her in a situation where she can look bad. They want to really help her wrestling ability get up there where that's not going to happen, and they won't make a misstep where they're like, oh, now we've kind of stuffed it here with her. So doing it slow and making her look great while she's still training and learning and protecting her in that way, I think is brilliant. AEW kind of just threw her out there. That was the issue. And fans loved her because of, I guess, her aura and her look. And as I said, her finishing move is devastating. Look, that was probably the one big cave you could give her a tick in the box for in AEW, but just her ability in the ring just wasn't there. But she's admitted she didn't have the right training over there and the right help, and everything kind of just felt rushed. They were trying to strap the rocket to her back before she was ready to have the rocket strapped to her back to shoot to the moon. And WWE, they're not stupid. They look at other companies and competition. They probably watched how they handled her over there and go, look, we're not going to do this. We're not just going to throw it at the Sharks, especially because there's even more exposure here again with WWE, the global phenomenon. But I think when they realise and when they truly believe, okay, I think she's really ready now. Now we can put her in situations where she doesn't need to be protected and stuff like that. They'll get there. So I do like the approach. She probably appreciates the approach because, look, right now, as I said, she looks $1 million. There's nothing embarrassing going on. You're not rushing it, what have you. I think by, this time next year, she should definitely be where she needs to be wrestling-wise. Some people pick up on things a lot quicker than others, but because she didn't already previously have good training, it just might take that little bit longer with her, unfortunately. But you can still showcase her and keep bringing her in here and there and keep her in that spotlight, keep that anticipation going, because she's going to be a big player for them in the future, I believe. But
I'm just going to say that when she is ready, I want to see her and Rhea go after.
Oh yeah, that'd be a hell of a match.
I think that would be
a hell of a match. And then we got to a really fantastic match, I thought, in the Intercontinental Championship match where Sammy finally defeated Gunther and ended his historical Intercontinental Championship reign. That was a fantastic match. I actually think personally it arguably could have been match of the night for night one.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, it was great. I think it was time for Gunther to to finally drop the title. I wasn't sure, when we were doing our predictions, I was like, I don't know. Are they gonna have Sammy beat him? And I was thinking surely they can't do this to him the second time, get him and the steam's rolling like when he took on Roman, and then I took the steam right out of his, the wind right out of his sails, so to speak. At the same time, then I was sitting there going, do they keep the belt on Gunther, and they're waiting to bring Ilya up, and Ilya's going to be the one to dethrone him. But I was glad this happened. Look, Sammy has been one of the top guys, one of the most over guys for the last several years. He's worked his ass and tail off, and I think this was a crowning moment for him. I think he deserved this, and man, he brought it to Gunther, man, and he took everything Gunther could dish out, and it was a great win. I thought it was a really, really great win for the underdog story, because he was a true underdog in this. Before the match, all we saw was Gunther nearly taking his damn head off. Taking his damn head off and beating the crap out of Chad Gable, and so I thought the story leading in was brilliantly done. The story told on the night one was brilliantly played. The ending of the whole feud was executed beautifully. Clearly, there might be just an extension now, because like any champion, 9 times out of 10 they do the rematch clause thing. So we might get a second match between the two. But no, I think it was time, because there's been talk for a while of Gunther moving up into the main event scene. And I think you can do that with him now. He had nothing left to prove in that mid-card. He really didn't. He smashed every Intercontinental Championship record known to man and became the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion ever. Had a hell of a run. Sammy, I reckon it was a bit storyline-wise, but a bit like legitimate-wise, like this man is legitimately the greatest Intercontinental Champion anyone's ever seen. And he did. Gunther, I said it the whole time, I thought Gunther's record-breaking and record-setting Intercontinental Championship reign overshadowed, in my opinion, or was better than Roman Reigns' Universal Championship record reign. Just for the simple fact is, Gunther was there week in, week out. And even as a heel, was a workhorse. That's why I would put it ahead of Roman's. I won't take away from Roman, but I would put it ahead of Roman's as more significant, and just meaning more. Especially with the heritage of the Intercontinental Championship too. It's obviously well and truly got a longer and older history there than Roman's Universal Championship. Right? Which is...
Yep.
It's still got a history, but it's a newer history, I guess you could say. Because the Universal Championship wasn't all the way back when the Intercontinental Championship was first established and such. So it was a great match. What did you think of the match yourself, Centurion?
That was another one of those matches where I was very curious on, are they gonna, because we're seeing like insane title runs right now where people are like literally holding onto these belts like they're their children, and I'm just like, holy cow, is he gonna drop the belt, or are they gonna let Gunther keep going? And then I was just glad to see obviously Sami Zayn got in that position. I thought for sure oh my god, the guy who runs the Alpha Academy, Chad Gable?
Yeah, Chad Gable. Yep.
Chad Gable.
I thought for sure he was gonna like come in and like interfere in that match and screw something over. I felt like, just the way he was acting, and all of a sudden he's just like, I felt he was gonna pull the backstabbing move. But for me, it was good to see that was technically a good, clean fight. It was a well-rounded match, and it was enjoyable to watch, and it was back and forth for sure. You didn't know who was going to walk out, because sometimes you can almost predict a match. This was one of those matches you could not predict, and it was worth watching. And when you see Sami Zayn finally pin Gunther, I was ecstatic for Sami Zayn, because I am I am one of those that really loves Sami Zayn. He's an amazing, talented wrestler. And then also, it's like, I mean, if I was to climb into a wrestling ring, I would be the size of Sami Zayn. I'm not going to be walking in there with fists the size of a frying pan or any kind of amount of a python for an arm. Sami Zayn is just this average, scraggly looking individual
Yeah.
that just goes out there and totally just defies all expectations for sure. And that's where it was definitely one of the highlight matches of the show, and that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely was. He's the true essence of an underdog. He really is.
Yes.
And he really played it up well. I love what it's funny what Yobi said. He goes, the fact Sammy said he didn't like the fact that the fans didn't respond well to him beating Chad. That's being selfish. It should have been Chad to beat Sammy going to WrestleMania.
Wow.
I would definitely say between Sammy and Chad, because at the end of the day, we've seen Sami Zayn actually pull a belt, but there is those guys where you really do want to see them get some recognition for what they do, because at the end of the day, I mean, we all talk about like how our bosses make us do things we don't agree with, or that our
Yeah.
bosses at our jobs could even potentially embarrass us. I would definitely say Chad Gable is one of those individuals. If I'm correct and I remember right, he's actually an Olympic champ. He's done some really good stuff in his personal life. I think he actually has some kind of a connection to the Olympics, and I think he might even have an award from them. So he's an actually a really good athlete, but it's the fact that you see him constantly put in these situations where, is he a good wrestler or is he just there for entertainment value? And that's where sometimes you want to see these guys that are just there as like card fillers or just pretty much entertainment value for the show get pulled out of that realm of, I'm not just here for the entertainment. I'm here because I actually bring something to the show, and that I actually can cut the mustard with some of the bigger names in this whole franchise. And I really do feel that if Chad was to get a proper push, he would be one of those individuals that could really hang with the bigger names.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, when he first came in, because like you said, yeah, I can't remember if he won a medal, but he did compete at the Olympics, and he was a
Yeah,
collegiate
competed.
wrestler.
He competed. Yeah, he competed in 2012, or he was in the finals.
So did he win silver?
So
Or I don't think it was gold, because otherwise they would have made a big deal out of it. I guess.
no, he
like,
was eliminated from the competition in the next round. So he actually didn't. He never medaled,
Oh, okay.
but he
Right.
was there.
Still,
But
I
he
mean,
was there.
let's just
but
put
he
it
did
this
get
way.
to
I
go.
know I wouldn't have a snowball's chance in hell of making it in the Olympics. That's for sure.
No, no.
No,
I
no.
mean,
So initially, when they brought him in, and when they first brought him in, he had long hair, right? But essentially,
yeah,
Yeah.
it was basically a tag team called Kane and Gable.
yeah. And
And the individual Kane, he was, at least I don't know the legitimacy of it, but I heard he was oh my god, Kurt Angle's son.
oh, they did it from a story point, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't
story.
know how legitimate that is, but that's where at least they got a good push.
But
But
the funny thing
what
is,
really,
they really should have made the storyline Gable was Kurt Angle's son, because they were trying to initially push him as the new Kurt Angle, because he wrestles a very similar
yes,
style.
right, and what really screwed up Gable, I mean not Gable, Kane, was he did something to his neck, and now he's pretty much one of the guys on the back end that like a trainer or whatnot, but he's not able to wrestle because he basically did what
Well, he
Edge
turned
did or
in, if
something
you
to his
remember,
neck.
he turned into Jason Jordan.
Jason Jordan.
Yeah, that's who. He was like that's what they changed his name to after they split the tag team. Yeah, Jason.
See, the last time I saw him though, he was like in a suit, like
Yeah,
one of the
and he was
guys in the
doing
back.
Yeah, and that's where he is now. Because the last thing he did in wrestling was he was doing the whole storyline where he was Kurt Angle's long lost delivered
Right.
to. I mean, he's not really Kurt Angle's son, but that's
I
just
heard
what
he, I heard he, I heard he, like, at least I read that he injured himself so seriously that,
it was a neck
you know,
injury.
he
Yep.
wanted to, yeah, it was a neck injury. That same with Biggie Langston. You want to say, sometimes when you watch the commercials for WrestleMania, you actually get happy to see some of the dudes are still around. They're just
Yeah.
pretty much in the back end of the show now, like with Biggie Langston and Kofi and the other gentleman from the New Day doing the Snickers commercial. But it's just good to still see that at least Biggie has got, still got his sense of humor
Well,
considering
he's hoping.
that, huh?
I was going to add, he is hoping that he can come back soon. I haven't totally ruled a comeback out for him just yet. It's more of a wait and see, I guess, at this point in time. I mean, we've seen other people that they thought their careers were over. Edge, Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson, as he's known now, being two recent examples, and I mean they came back. Shawn Michaels, that poor guy, man, like he really should have been a huge part of the Attitude Era. He helped kicked it off, and then he got injured and he was out for so long, and no one thought he was going to come back. He came back and at least got to finish his career the way he would have wanted to finish his career. Then you got guys that never got to finish the career how they wanted to finish their career, like Bret Hart. He had his career cut short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of Gold Turd.
Yeah.
Gold Turd.
Well, regretfully, I'm gonna say Bret Hart was the end. Like he got in like that. That could be a whole show in itself. I don't want to go down that tangent, but I'll at least just say Bret Hart. His own pride was definitely something that got in the way of his career. Because I'm sorry, I have to agree with Paul Heyman. When the boss says drop the title, you drop the title.
Yeah. 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 No, I agree with that. He thought he was bigger than the business. He had a bit of definitely had a bit of an ego, you know. But at the same time, that was all mishandled too. Like, he initially got told that you were going to beat Shawn, but you were going to relinquish the title on Raw, because Raw was technically going to be his last day and night in WWF at the time before he went to WCW. And that's what he was told. Even going out for the match, as far as he knew, because no one said anything that they had changed the match, he thought, I'm winning the match and I'm just going to relinquish on Raw the next night.
Well, that was because they didn't want a repeat of what Medusa did with the women's title.
Yeah, that's what I was about to get to. Vince was worried that the next night on Raw he wouldn't turn up and he'd actually show up at WCW instead and throw the title in the bin. So that's why he changed it. So Bret's at fault, like you said, for what Bret's at fault for, and Vince is at fault for, you could have at least just told him. Regardless if he spat the dummy before the show or whatever, you know, he probably would have. You at least tell him, look, sorry, I'm not risking this again, you know, you're dropping the belt.
I guess, like, the story that goes with Bret Hart is they had a very long conversation that, like, stretched over a course of a few days of different scenarios that they could come up with him to drop the title. And it was basically, you know, my pride of, like, I don't lose. So it was like they were trying to come out with all these different ways that, you know, a way that would appease Bret Hart to lose the title.
Yeah.
And it was just one of those things of, like, no, I need to go out on top. And it's like, you can't leave our franchise with you as the champion. It just doesn't work that way.
No, of course not.
And that's where I think his own ego, because he was very disgruntled in the fact that they were going with Shawn Michaels, because, like, when you see Bret Hart calling him a degenerate and making fun of him for being in DX, that was not an act. That was literally Bret Hart showing his disdain for the fact that wrestling had moved on from the the days of Hollywood Hulk Hogan of buckle your seatbelt, say your prayers, eat your
And you know what
vitamins,
the whole funny
to
thing
the
was?
era of just suck it, and he couldn't handle that.
Yeah, and you know what the whole funny thing was? Initially, I mean, obviously they made up to later on, but initially, before obviously that disdain kicked in, they were actually pretty good friends, especially through, what were they calling it? The new, before the whole Attitude Era started, it was called the new something era, you know, that Bret Hart was essentially leading at that point in time. And they still had like the blue metal cages for the cages and stuff like that. The new Gen era, that's right. Mm-hmm. The new Gen era, they called it. And him and Shawn were actually got along quite well. It wasn't until that Attitude Era started kicking off did the friendship and relationship there start to clearly deteriorate. And I think it even got worse with the whole Montreal thing, because he thought out of everybody that was involved that Shawn may have been at least the one to come forward and say, hey, Bret, don't know if they told you, but this is what's going on. And that thing made it worse because he thought there was Bret thought there was still some sort of respect between the two of them at the very least. You know,
so actually, if you go off of what Shawn was told, Shawn actually had no idea. They were just told.
No,
he was just told to put. He was just told to put him in. Oh my God! What
in the sharpshooter?
Put him in the sharpshooter, and like basically don't go beyond that. They were just like he was told, when you see Vince McMahon walk out into the ring, put him in the sharpshooter. That's all he knew. And even I guess there was only like 3 people that knew what was going to happen, and that was Sergeant Slaughter, Vince McMahon, obviously, and the ref.
Yeah, Hebner.
And basically the referee. And you even like you see, they even told him, they were like, when you see him put him in the sharpshooter, just instantly, he taps out. Doesn't matter if both of his hands are in the air, he taps out. And you see it, like as soon as he goes in the sharpshooter, he does the whole thing, and they basically ring the bell and they make it look like he tapped out. And you see Earl Hebner just roll out of the ring as fast as he could go. Like, I mean, it was like you'd never see a ref get out of the ring that quick.
And you see how quick Shawn and Triple H escaped up the. I mean, I think they all knew in that instant, we got to get out of here because he's going to go off. And then,
he spit on Vince McMahon in front of a couple thousand people in the crowd alone, not to mention the people watching.
Yeah, and then he knocked him on his ass backstage, clocked him right in the jaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess he gave him a black eye or something.
A black eye. I think he did give him a black eye. Yeah. Yeah, like literally.
Yeah, because I like, if you go and watch the Attitude Era stuff, you actually see the footage of Vince McMahon walking out of the locker room, and his shirt's untucked. He's got this disheveled look on his face, and you can just be like, "Oh, dude, that dude got socked in the face." You can tell.
Yeah, yeah. Bret was pissed, absolutely pissed, man. And then,
sorry, like I said, we went on a tangent. I didn't mean to get you off the Gunther match. My bad.
Nah, that's all right. But look, at the end of the day, it was good. And then, of course, finishing night 1, we had the mega tag match with Rock and Roman versus Cody and Seth. I liked the match, but I thought there was too much BS at the start. Too much walking around. The whole walking around the ring, right? When I was watching that and they were doing the face of it, I'm sitting there going, oh, please don't let this be another Goldberg, Brock Lesnar, WrestleMania 20 match. Because that match, if you remember back at WrestleMania, that was billed as, too bad, it's going to go. And for freaking 10 to 15 minutes, they're walking around, snarling at each other, and that's what basically, and I was like, these guys are just going to stand here and do mouthing off at each other, walking backwards, walking up to each other. I'm like, yes, someone hit somebody.
Dude, but the funny part is, I don't even think that's on Lesnar.
I worked at a middle school. This is how guys fight, man. I'm telling you, it's like even us as staff are going, hit somebody so we can stop this shit. Okay, come on.
We're gonna stand here for 10 minutes snarling and growling at each other, and then we might actually do something. It's like, good God.
No, But the sad part is, like, I don't even think that was on Lesnar. That's all Goldberg because, like if
Yeah.
you actually like Goldberg really had like little to no developmental training,
Oh no,
and
no,
literally the only like he like that's why I said it earlier. I made fun of it. He only knew two moves: jackknife powerbomb and spear. That's it.
that's it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, the jackhammer. Sorry, yeah, the jackhammer and the spear. That's it.
Yeah, the jackhammer, whatever. Yeah, the jack, like that was his only two moves. That
Yeah,
like
because
it's kind of sad and
he certainly couldn't pull that the spinning sort of back kick that he ended up connecting with Brett with. He couldn't do
Mm.
that.
Yeah, we
He
found
tried
Brett.
that.
Yeah, Brett found out he couldn't do that move very well.
No,
Yeah.
no, couldn't pull it back either. But
Mm, mm.
look, the tag match was fine. Once it got going, um, The Rock actually. You know what? I've seen a lot of people say this, and I have to agree with them. I thought The Rock looked better in this match 10 years on than the match that he had with Cena. I thought he looked better, like better shape, better endurance.
Yeah.
The Rock actually held his own. I thought the match with Cena kind of had to carry him, but this, he must have really made sure he got himself ready for this. I mean, I know, we seen all the videos of him in the gym, but he definitely must have been doing a lot of running of the ropes and everything leading up to this. He actually did look good, and nobody could take away and say that he didn't hold his own in this. I thought there was a lot of great spots in this, like when they're on the table, him and Cody. that was a good spot.
Yeah.
Cody's tried to rock bottom him. They finally put him through the table, him and Seth, but
Yeah.
look, me and you, for example, Paul, we predicted this. We said that they were going to get the win in the tag match to
Yep.
up the ante for Cody to defy all the odds, and Rock whooped his ass and pinned him. See, that was why I knew that there was going to be a continuation story there because Rock would carry it, which he did mention on Raw. I pinned you, Cody, on Saturday night. I beat you. So, no, I thought it was a good match after, as I said, the initial, like, I get, like, you do that type of style. I've been a long time wrestling fan. I get they do it for the anticipation and, these big, it's a big built match. They're going to stand here. They're going to get nose to nose. They're going to mouth off at each other. I get all that, but I thought it went on for a little bit too long before they really started doing anything. But excluding that, I even I thought it was well done. What did you boys think of it?
Go
Start
ahead,
with you,
Sid
Terry.
Terry.
Okay, I actually enjoyed the match. To me, it also had some reminiscent stuff of the oh my God, the Authority. Remember back with Triple
Yeah,
H and Stephanie McMahon? Because like The Rock looking at the ref, don't you count or I'll fire you, and he's basically
yeah,
kicking
yeah.
people basically in the groin. He's cheating. And I just thought I was like, are we really going to get another version of the Authority? And that's one of those things where to me, the jury is still out on, are we going to see another representation of the Authority from The Rock?
I don't know.
But
I love it because he told the Rock rep too. Where the audio picked it up. He's like, "I'm your effing boss."
oh, I know. I will definitely say, I'm going to say right now, I do think it's interesting that The Rock is definitely using the F bomb a lot. I'm
Yes.
gonna say it
Yeah.
right now. If you are not The Rock and one of the board members of TKO, if you dropped an F bomb in one of your promos, oh my God, you would definitely for sure be in a serious situation with standards and practices. And I just think it's funny that like now almost anytime The Rock is on screen, he's like dropping an F bomb. Like now when they're on like USA and Fox, they're bleeping it out, but at WrestleMania, you actually see him actually using the F word.
Mm.
And that's why I'm just like, holy cow, like this is a different version of The Rock, but it just seems like he's maybe taking liberties with his position in the company now because he's doing things that other wrestlers probably couldn't.
No,
Um,
and I was wondering too if he was doing it because he wants to try and push WWE, even if it's just slightly out of the PG era, because this Rock essentially is bringing back that attitude of the Attitude Era. Um, and he used to swear and maybe not drop the F bomb as much as he's dropping now, but he used to say some stuff that you
oh
really
yeah.
couldn't get away with in today's world for starters, but you definitely couldn't get away with it in a
Oh,
PG.
like, dude, like it's 2024. If they're out there making pie jokes, oh my freaking god!
Hey,
Like we all remember those jokes back in the day, and
exactly.
and that's where like I do. It is good to see that he's trying to push it. It's just one of those things of like, let's be realistic about it. If you want to push the envelope, you need to push it with your current roster. You can't have the guy who's technically in charge and essentially unfireable doing it, because that's just like, oh, he can get away with it because of who he is.
No,
Um,
I know. I did
but
think it was
definitely,
funny, like that week. I think it was the week before where he like really busted Cody up, right? So the camera stopped rolling for TV, and I think they put it up on YouTube or anyway. The clip got out there. He's like, "You think when the effing camera stopped rolling, that that's effing over? F your script. Stick your effing script up your candy ass. No, it's not effing over." He's like, "How you feel, boy? Yeah, F you." I was like,
well, so that's the interesting part. Like, so a lot of people don't realize that, at least back in the day, I don't know how it is now, but obviously standards and practices are the guys that you answer to for like doing stuff on television channels. And each department has, the television has its own standards and practices, and then obviously the WWE has their own internal standards and practices to try to kind of make sure that they're not going to piss off the USA or the Fox network. So they have these guys that basically like look at like the scripts and stuff to make sure that they're not going to do something crazy. But that's where, if we saw back in the day with DX, when they made that whole speech of, between the hours of 9 and 10, we won't say this, but
yeah,
that's because they knew that the age demographic of the person watching changes after 10 o'clock at night. And so because of that, the rules change after 10 o'clock at night. And
right.
that's where I think because it was appearing on Fox, that there's no way that Fox would allow something that just crazy to take place. And so
Right.
I think it was probably always planned, but they knew, like, if you go to these live events, just because the cameras turn off doesn't mean, like, so when I went and watched SmackDown, the first match started a half hour before we went live,
Right.
and the show went for an hour after they went off the air. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the show, we had Randy Orton like all practically in the crowd, hugging people, high-fiving, throwing his towel into the crowd so some lucky person could sniff his body sweat for the rest of their life. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, it was totally different seeing them off the air versus on the air, because on the air you're not going to see him like in the crowd like touching people and all this other stuff taking place. And so definitely I'm pretty sure like that whole moment that took place after the camera stopped rolling for sure was definitely there for like the after the show stuff, and obviously they published it on YouTube.
Yeah.
But definitely it like you could see, they're, like you said, they're trying to push the envelope. And that's where I'm curious now, where do we go forward from this whole WrestleMania?
Well,
Because let's
I agree
face it,
with
that was
Joby. We know WWE as a whole, right, is going to Netflix next year, and like
right.
Joby's saying, he believes they won't bleep out bad words on Netflix.
I don't think they'd bleep out bad words, but now let's be very objective. We know that Netflix obviously has their own alignment of what they feel entertainment should be like and what it should represent.
Hmm.
And that's where I'm just curious on is, the aggressive nature of what the WWE is looking to use, like going into the future. I think it's going to look totally different from the Attitude Era, just because there was some things back during the Attitude Era that were socially acceptable that
Yes.
I don't think that the world would find socially acceptable now.
No, especially like, for example, how they used the women back then.
Oh yes, that
You,
that that for
you would,
sure.
yeah.
Or how they would, like, let's like, if you want to talk about a character that would not work in today's WWE, Val Venus.
Oh hell no. Hell no.
You
No.
had back in the
Yeah,
Attitude
yeah.
Era, Val Venus was essentially a
Same
retired
with-
porn star.
Yep.
He was in a jacuzzi bathtub with Pamela Anderson. Like, that character
another-
today would be like
got
a
a-
big hell no from standards and practices.
Yeah, I reckon another one you would probably agree on would be The Godfather with his
Yeah, the hoe train.
Yeah, right. So yeah, I don't think that would work in today's WWE. But look, I think if they could find, this is my personal opinion, when you go to Netflix, where you could literally get yourself out of the PG era, if you could find a balance between the Attitude Era and, say, the era that followed it, the Ruthless Aggression Era, I think you could have one hell of a new era there.
Well, that's why I like how they're calling it the Paul Levesque era, because you're gonna have. He was there for all of that, and that's where he's going to be able to push the envelope, but obviously he's going to have a total different set of rules.
Yeah, like I think like coarse language coming into it, and like Paul described it, he's cool with it too, as long as it fits when they're speaking. Like don't
say the words just
Don't
because
just-
you can.
No,
Don't drop an F-bomb just because it's an F-bomb.
Yeah, and
Right.
like that's the one thing I love this new version. I love the whole final boss thing, but and I don't care that he drops the F-bomb, but I do think there's been some times where he's been doing promos and that he's overused the F-bomb to the point like, okay,
Right.
now you're kind of saying it too much. It's like nearly every
Exactly.
second word for you. Like if you said like for example, he's going rada rada rada, and you know when he's talking about Cody's mama, he goes, "If your mama." Like, you know, that would be okay because it fits perfect. Like, if your mama, like, right, fine, no worries. Then go back to trash talking him, but in a different way without dropping the. It's got to fit. That's the thing. It's got to fit. Like, you can come out, for example. If
Yeah,
you're a
part of
good
me
guy,
wants to go. Part of me wants to go. Rock. Use your words, man. Use your words. You
Like,
know, it's like
for example, you're right. You got McIntyre, who's a bad guy. You got Punk, who's a good guy. You could have McIntyre out in the ring and he's spewing a whole heap of crap, and Punk just comes out and you just hear bullshit. You know, like like Punk just coming out the way he says it, like okay, bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah. The whole crowd starts chanting. You know, of course, that would be cool because it would be a perfect moment to say use a word like that between the two of them, right? So you gotta pick your points, but I think they need to move out of the PG era. I think the PG era has gone way too long, and I think they need to find a sweet spot, but I think it definitely needs to move out of it, and I think The Rock sort of started that apart from all... I'd say The Rock sort of started that, I guess you could say, moving that direction with the language he's been using, but I also think Triple H has started that with... Like you mentioned, Centurion, there has been a fair amount of matches that the violence level is starting to go up a notch. For most of that PG era, for example, you didn't see blood. We've started to see more blood again since he's really had control.
Well, intentional blood. I've seen some accidental blood.
Yes, but yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, we like we talked about last week. Cody, Cody intentionally cut himself on that spot.
Oh
with the
God,
rock.
the camera. Well, I don't even know if
Yeah.
see. I don't know if razoring is still a thing, but I know they have blood capsules and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like to razor blade yourself to the point where you bleed like that. I don't know. Like, let's just face it. You know, Cody probably comes off as like a pretty boy, and to have somebody be like, "You need to take this knife to your face," I'd be like, "You're high."
No, exactly. Yeah, look, it's hard with him though.
I know it was last night, but I did like what he had to.
Here's the thing.
After the show, what he said. He said, "They said, what would you say to your dad?" And he ends with, "Oh, and I tell him I'm sorry about the tattoo because his dad really didn't want him to get that neck tattoo."
And I mean, look, I even to this day think it does look stupid, but
You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be up front. I would look at his dad and be like, "What would you rather have, the neck tattoo or Stardust?"
You know,
No, you
For
know
me, I
what?
think I'd be like, "Let him
I'd really
have
get a
the
good,
neck tattoo."
I'd really get a
no,
good
his,
rise
no,
out.
his
I'd
dad,
really
was,
get a
his dad
good
was
rise
all
out.
about the.
I'd say, would you prefer
Yeah.
the neck tattoo, or would you prefer your son to come out like you in polka dots?
No, but he was really big on respectability and that whole.
No, but here's
you
the
know,
thing.
and,
Now,
yeah.
going back to before we move on to night 2 here, with what
Yeah.
you're saying about how Cody was bleeding, it's really hard to tell with him, right? For 2 reasons. Now, that could have been
Yeah.
capsule, sure, but being the son of who he's the son of,
Yeah.
growing up in that old school era, it also wouldn't come a shock to me if he did blade, because that was a big thing in those eras. It was a big thing in the Attitude Era too. So I don't know. You'd really have to look and get a real close look at his that particular eyebrow,
Yeah.
which is where he was supposedly busted open. To tell
That's where
if he's cut himself.
if I could at least
Yep.
say, what the problem is with razor blading like that is you're creating a weak point, and with just how intense WrestleMania was on both nights.
Yeah.
If that was a actual legit cut, I think he would have busted it open, unless it would have been stitched shut.
Yes,
But
right.
I just really do think that if that was a legit cut, he would have been bleeding in at least
the
one
other
or two
yeah.
for both of those matches.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. So maybe as I said, we'll lean that he was using capsule.
Yep.
I'm looking at Yogi's comments.
But the reason you
I'm
notice
just
it is
saying-
because if you go watch that spot again, you watch Rock reach over and pull the camera over so that he's totally out of the shot.
Yes,
Seriously.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
it was
And he's
really
got his head
obvious.
tucked between a crate and the bus.
Yes, exactly.
It was really obvious. It was,
But the only reason why I talk about that is, like, I think it would have busted open is because I work in a manufacturing like industry as my professional life. And I'm going to say it right now. I've had some pretty bad cuts. I've seen people cut themselves open pretty badly. And I'm going to tell you right now, when you have a cut like an actual razor blade style cut, unless you're like, you have like, I don't know anything that would have like the physical endurance that they would have had with the amount of sweat. Like I'm just saying, like, I at least from what my experience with cuts like that, it would have busted open.
Yeah,
Even if you would have, even
Well,
if you had
I
a
would say
bottle of
they're-
super glue and you glued it shut.
But I like Yobi's comments. He goes, "Hell, Vince McMahon's character wouldn't work in today's era." I mean himself.
There's a reason why Vince McMahon is sitting in the sidelines right now.
Yeah.
And it's just like anytime he probably walks in the room, they're like, Vince,
Yeah, exactly.
just go back and play with your paycheck. Just go play with your paycheck. We don't.
I
need you.
honestly don't think they, from what I can tell, I mean, given like what Paul said during his induction and what some of the others have said, I don't think they're dealing with Vince at all.
No, not anymore. I think it was last week.
Because if they were, they would still.
Yeah,
be,
I think it was last
afraid.
week. I seen reported TKO is buying the last of his shares in the company, and they'll be completely clean. Wipe their hands clean of him.
Hey,
Yep.
There's a reason why Stephanie was at WrestleMania.
Yeah, that's the other
'cause
thing.
he's
That's the
not-
other thing.
Yeah, because he's not around.
And Paul actually said that night that she is back with the company.
Yep.
Yes,
and now
she
I'm
is. Yeah,
curious
yeah.
on what's going to happen with Shane.
Yeah.
Shane also took a step back. Like,
Hey, he was there.
But
I love that. I think it was in the Hall of Fame. Him and the camera kept zooming between him and his wife, and Miz and his wife, and they did the whole kiss camera thing. People are like, boo, yeah, boo. Yeah.
I mean, that's got to stink for Vince a little bit that his kids are going back and he's not allowed.
Yeah.
That's
Oh well. I mean,
Well-
Vince is old enough. I mean, go off into the sunset. Just
dude, you're in your
retire.
80s. Come on now.
I mean, unless he, he does get jail time out of it. But who knows?
Vince can go do his Telemundo villain thing. He's got the look going for him now.
Oh, with the creepy freaking mustache. Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on there. You can't even say it's a midlife crisis because of his age. But I'm like, oh
unless he's
my
gonna live
God.
unless he's gonna live to 160. No,
No, he kind of
Good.
like, you look at him, he looks like a creepy version of Clark Gable.
He,
Like.
he really does. He really does.
It just doesn't suit him. I'm like, what are you doing, man? But on to night two. So night two, as I said, I thought, even though the whole pay-per-view was great, we had some lull moments on night one. But night two, I think, excluding probably one, I think every single match was pretty damn good. Of course, you had Drew initially defeating Seth.
Yeah.
I feel like
That was great.
what
That was
happened.
great.
I feel like what happened at the end of that match is going to be, in my opinion, the real highlight, other than Cody Rhodes, because that was funny as hell.
It was. Yeah, it was. No, it was. It was good. And so you had him champion for 5 minutes, and of course Damian Priest finally. Geez, I think he's honestly, just off the top of my head, I think he's one of the longest people.
Longest to hold on to that
Yeah,
briefcase.
the longest to hold on to the damn briefcase before cashing in like that. It just seemed forever and a freaking day, and even me and you were sitting here going, when is he going to cash it? Like, he had to cash it in before Money in the Bank this year, but...
Yeah, he's running out of time, yeah.
But look, it was honestly the surprise of the night, because the only reason I say surprise of the night, I had a feeling that there was still a possibility he could cash in at WrestleMania, that wasn't the surprise of him cashing in. We've already seen him try it several times on different nights or pay-per-views. The surprise for me was that he actually successfully cashed it in. Because I believe, if you look it up, the last 2 or 3 people that have won Money in the Bank have cashed in and lost. There was a couple of winners before that. John Cena won it, and he also cashed in and lost. And so I thought, I don't know if WWE, are they in the same line as me? And do they view him only as a mid-carder, maybe upper mid-carder at best? And not taken away from his, as I said, I love him as a wrestler. He's got great talent in the ring, but he's one of these guys too that he kind of needs someone, and I don't mean Paul Heyman per se, but he needs a manager. I think if you're going to have him in the main event scene, you need someone talking for him. Rhea can't do that because she's doing her own thing, and I kind of think she's outgrown Judgment Day, needs to go on her own. But I'm going to say it now, and look, if you two don't agree with me, please jump in and say it, but I actually think he's going to be a transitional champion.
Yeah, I could see that.
I
don't see him.
No.
I don't see him holding on to it for very long at all.
No. He might get somewhere between the 1 to 3 month mark if he's lucky. But I truly believe he's a transitional champion. Whether that's transitioning from him into Jey Uso, whether that's transitioning from him to CM Punk, or a returning Seth Rollins winning it back in I'm back now and I want me rematch. I don't think he'll hold it for a very long time.
I don't think he does. For me, he doesn't have the charisma or the crowd draw to hold it for very long.
No, as I said, like, I know it wouldn't be a talking manager role. Maybe the only thing that could save him, but I know it's not going to happen because the man's one of the biggest musicians and popular musicians on the planet. Is if you pitted Bad Bunny with him to get the excitement, because every time Bad Bunny's shown up, the whole crowd eats it up.
What if they put him together with our buddy Logan Paul?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his own thing and got that title still too. So it's like, I don't know,
because he can't. If Rhea were to leave the Judgment Day, he can't carry that shit on his own. There's no way.
No, I think when Leah leaves the Judgment Day, it all falls apart. That'll be the end of it.
Yep.
She's the main attraction of the Judgment Day.
Yep.
If she leaves, which I think that's the direction that they'll go, because she does not need them. She's bigger than the Judgment Day. She's outgrown it. She doesn't need them. Apart from the fact too that She's in the females division. What are they going to be
Yeah.
able to do to help her anyway?
Right.
And they're already sowing the seeds for her and Dominic's split because she wasn't happy with him the last 2 weeks, especially teaming up with Santos and, you know, from a story perspective, not informing Marmy what you're doing. But back to the match. I thought the match was fantastic between Drew and Seth. That did live up to how I thought that was going to pan out. I thought it was a fantastic match. But yeah, like I agree with you, Century, that the ending was just funny. His wife and
It
holding
was
it like it was
hilarious.
another
It was-
baby, and then Punk starts beating the crap out of him. And I thought that was fun. And just Punk's face as soon as Priest's music hit it, the big smile on his face, like, oh, I thought what I just did to him was bad. Now we're going to really rub it in. And then he was sitting there like doing that slow clap, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, that's so funny. Like, but no, it was a fantastic match. How do you feel before we move on to the next match, Centurion, on Priest? Do you think yourself that he's just going to be a transitional champ?
For me, the jury's still out on that one. Like, we know anybody could reinvent themselves. All it takes is the right storyline.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, to make the Judgment Day interesting, it's gonna have to start imploding.
Yes.
I want to. If you were like, we got to throw it out there. We all know, like, Finn Balor versus Damian Priest. That would be a very good, interesting match. It'd be something that they could slowly build up over time, where, you know, you could see the animosity between them starting to occur. We could also see, um, it's kind of like one of those things where all of a sudden, you know, like, and this is just in case in point, an example, The Rock, you know, shows up and starts meddling around, and then obviously Damian Priest shows up and starts basically being a, you know, like one of the, like, almost like a, somewhere in between a hero and a heel. And like
Right.
I've said,
Yeah.
all it takes
Yeah.
is the right storyline. But I'm going to say right now, if things stay the way they are, then yeah, it's definitely going to be something that is not going to resonate with fans on the long term, like we did with the Bloodline.
Right.
And
Yeah.
they're going to they're going to go with something that's going to obviously have a little bit more impact when it comes to fan engagement, because now
Yeah. Yeah.
they are fully in tune with listening to the fans, like we saw,
Yes, they
like we
are. Yeah.
talked about how they pivoted with The Rock versus Reigns to Reigns versus Rhodes. And if they're that in tune with the fans, and by some chance, you know, they start seeing on social media that they just feel like, meh, you know, um, but that's where, is it because they're going to give the title right now to Damian to hold on to while they kind of build up Cody Rhodes, and they have a much larger focus on Cody Rhodes? Um, Kind of like what's going on, like, right now with Logan Paul. I hate saying his freaking name. Logan Paul and the United States.
Yeah.
Right now, the United States Championship is like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like a turd. Like, it has no relevance to me right now. The minute you get it away from Logan Paul and give it to somebody that actually earned their position in the company, and somebody that's put in the time, effort, and heart into being in that industry, rather than like, oh, I'm just a social media superstar. And um that's where I really don't like the fact that Logan, I can only imagine. I wonder what the conversation is behind the scenes with the locker room on their opinion of Logan Paul. So that's
Well,
where you never know, where you
I
might
think
just,
there'll be one positive. The one thing I won't take away, I agree with a lot of points you said about him. The one thing, however, I won't take away from him, and this is why, and I've said it to Paul, I wish he just became a full-time wrestler, because
Yeah,
I will give
that's
the
my
I
only
will give
problem.
the kid something. He's talented. He can talk on that microphone and be a pain in the ass heel and a snarky, arrogant, cocky son of a bitch. But he's got the ring ability to back it up. And I'm sitting there going, forget your bloody YouTube now. Forget being a boxer. Wrestling is his thing.
Yeah.
If he took it on full time, I think the opinion, even with us people, would shift. You know, and
maybe.
I think people backstage, would probably be the same way. No, we don't like how he is and that he's, you know, uses his celebrity and like he's here and he's not here and he's all over the shoulder shop. He's not. To a lot of them backstage, they're probably like he's got half a foot in. I've taken it seriously and half a foot out. But if he put his full foot in, or both feet in at least, even, he's got talent. Like no doubt about it, he's got talent.
Right.
That's why, as I said, for me to get right behind him, even though I think he needs to stay a heel because he has got that attitude and that character of the character you love to hate, right? You need a heel like that. You love to hate. But I'd love to see him take it on full time. If he took it on full time, it might be different in that sense. Because as I said, I can't take away that he's talented.
He's the character that we learn to love to hate, but for me, like, let's look at it this way. Austin Theory is a character you learn to hate because he plays his character well, and that's what he's supposed to be doing.
Right.
To me, he would have a long road ahead of him of just being like, because like it's kind of like how I feel about like in real life. Like you get these guys like that are like let's in any industry, and we all can relate to this. You bust your ass at your job, you have all these skills and you're an amazing worker and you have a ton of talent and all this stuff going for you, and your job opens up a promotion like, hey, we've got this open role that you can apply for, and then all of a sudden you apply for it, you bust your ass, do all the interviews, and then all of a sudden the guy with some BS college degree that doesn't have a single freaking ounce of training or hands-on experience like you do gets the job just because of like
His
reason.
celebrity.
Well, he's a celebrity. He went to school for it. It's kind of like, like all these wrestlers that have busted their ass, went through developmental. They went through the training and the training, the crap that they do that isn't even NXT.
Right.
I forget what they're called, but they're those institutions that they go to in Florida. The like Northland Scope, like you got to see the training center during the Thunderdome era where they were basically in an empty warehouse. That's where you learn to be a wrestler, is in an empty warehouse with some dude screaming at you to do better. And then you go to and if you cut the mustard there, then you start getting into your smaller promotions, growing to NXT, and then after you prove yourself for so long in NXT, you get put on a card for SmackDown or Raw. But it was just like Logan Paul did none of that.
No.
It was like he just came in with a freaking good-looking smile and a social media following, and all of a sudden it's like, well, here you go. Here's the United States Championship, and it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to.
Can I speak to that real quick?
Yeah, I thought he was going to drop it.
One thing is he's I'm not making an excuse for what they did, but I think they saw something in him that at the time they needed. I will say we haven't heard anything from backstage that he's a prima donna or that he thinks he's better than them. So, and the fact that we're not hearing that I don't like the guy. I think what we see, yes, it's a character, but this is the same character he's been for the last 10 years. Even before he was in wrestling, the cockies for me, we've never seen Logan Paul not like this.
No, but you are right. There's never been a bad report about him from backstage.
No,
I'm going to say right now, now we're going into the weeds on this, but if you go look into some of the stuff that Logan Paul's done in the background, like his crap with NFTs,
right.
He ripped off a lot of people. A
lot of them did, yeah.
Go watch the stuff from CoffeeZilla on what Logan Paul was doing behind the scenes with NFTs and stuff like that. And that's where it's like,
I'm sure with them when they do his Dark Side of the Ring episode in like 10 years, it'll come up.
Yeah, exactly. But to me, it's but see, a lot of them have those little things behind them too.
I'm just
Well,
saying
they do,
that
but let's say like
I'm just saying from a standpoint of because it's weird for me to call you Moonman. I want to call you your old name. It's just because it works better. But um, but um, but he's right. I mean, yeah, Logan has the mouth on the mic, but he does the shit in the ring too, and he does it well.
Yeah.
You know, should he have
oh,
been
he
given a
does.
championship so quick? I don't know. But he's definitely earning his stripes there. I also think that yes, he should go full-time wrestling and not this 1 foot in, 1 foot out, because at some point, if he keeps hanging on to this title and only showing up to talk shit from the commentator's table, at some point the backstage chatter is going to change. Well, why is this
Dude,
guy holding the belt? Because he's not really, doing anything.
or the brass
You know.
knuckles routine.
Yeah.
The brass
Oh
knuckles
yeah,
routine.
yeah.
In other words, like apparently Logan Paul's supposed to be this amazing boxer, but he can't do a damn thing without a pair of brass
Well,
knuckles
that's like
stashed somewhere.
that's no different than Ronda Rousey's supposed to be the toughest
No, but I
woman on
mean,
the
here's
planet.
my
and-
thing I'll add
you
to it
know?
too. They talk up about the metal in his freaking hand, the metal plate in his hand.
Yeah.
So why does he need the brass knuckle?
Yeah.
You know?
I
Look,
think it'd be funny one of these days if somebody going against him, they set up a metal detector and they make him walk through it.
Sorry, we're going to take
baby,
your hand. We're going to take your hand, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, the match was pretty decent nonetheless.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to drop the title. I did, but
I
I
were
thought he
hoping.
was
We
too.
were both hoping. We were both.
We were
hoping.
all hoping. We were all hoping.
yeah, but it didn't happen. Like I mean, Paul had Kevin Owens. I had Randy Orton. I thought, because it's been a while since Randy's had a championship. Because I said to Paul, I said, it'd be good if Kevin won too. But Kevin did have a tag team championship run. I believe it was last year with Sammy. But Randy had been out for so long, and even before he was out, it had been a minute since he had a championship. And he's only a one-time Intercontinental and a one-time US champion. So I thought, maybe they give Randy the win, give him a mid-card title for the moment, considering there's no spot for Randy Orton to be in the main event scene on either brand right now. I think he'll eventually get back into the main event scene, but there's not really a spot there for him on Raw or SmackDown for either of the top two titles.
I
So
could
really thought,
see
I'd
of
say
all of them,
Sammy.
I could see him turning heel soon. I could see him going back to heel.
Well,
again soon.
heel Randy Orton, as I've said this the whole time, has always been the best Randy.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong, like this is the first time I've seen him, and he's had a few runs as a babyface, but this is the first time as a babyface the crowd's really actually truly attached to him. And I don't know if that's a case of because he was away for so long or just because now he looked at and considered as a vet and a legend, because he's hit that mark.
I will say I think part of it is, and it goes back to when he first came back. He's smiling and he's having fun again.
Yes.
If you go back and watch him when he enters, he's much like Cody when he enters that walkway and he starts walking down.
Oh, he's happy as Larry, man. But I mean, I would be too if I, wanted to get back. I didn't know if I was going to get back my chance to be in the business I love, and he's got a second chance,
I mean, he just, that big old smile hits his face and that's natural. He's just.
But in saying that, he is like his dad. They're natural heels. They play the heels so well.
Yep.
Just look how good that's half the reason what really got Cena over is because he had a very, very good and real nasty adversary. The shit that he did to Cena during their feuds, my God, like vicious, right? And I want to see that Randy Orton come back. I think we'll get it at some point.
Though it could also be, and it'd be interesting to know, maybe he's chosen, I don't want to be the heel like my dad. Let me do my own thing for a while.
You never know. I mean, Triple H.
Some of them are like that. Some of them are like the
Triple H towards the end of his career, like Triple H has admitted he preferred being a heel, but then towards the end of his career, he did want to be a babyface leading out before he, stopped wrestling, which he did. Even when he took
who was it that? Oh, I know who it was. We're going to talk about her later because of her match, but it was the female champion. What's her name? Who won it? Bailey.
Yeah.
And she said it took her a second because she's so used to people booing at her that it threw her off. And when she went out there, she got the pop that she
is weird. You know why I say that's weird? When she first started and she was that, waving with the dancing freaking blow up things, babyface Bailey. Right? I'm like, you forgot how people used to love you and cheer and dance with your music, and I think she's
I
played
think
a
this
heel for so
yeah,
long.
she
Um,
just
you
this
totally
felt different
forgot.
to her. Yeah,
Yeah,
this felt different to
yeah.
her.
I
That
mean,
yeah.
I can understand from that sense. Like she's, played a heel for so long since those early days that she probably forgot what it was like to be cheered.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
But
and now she's earned it though. That's the difference too.
that
Now she's earned those cheers.
now,
She,
as I
you know,
said, I thought the out of the two main roster women's matches, I did think the Bailey Io Sky match was the better women's. I thought
oh,
that match.
those two are great together. Those two
Yeah,
are
they
great.
had the chemistry was there. They pulled out all the stops. The drama was there. Um, especially from the awesome build up that they did with them two, and the breakup and break away from Damage Control and them turning on her.
Right.
It was a phenomenal match, and I'm glad Bailey got over and got the props because she's another one. Doesn't matter if she's heel or babyface. For that company, she has day in, day out. Obviously, she has had some injuries here and there, but when she's there, busts her ass.
Yeah.
Right, absolute workhorse. And even over the course of the whole Damage Control thing, like she led the way with that. She helped get Io and Dakota and that over, and really helped build them up. Did the whole, I'm going to put my singles career to the side to sort of lead these women and create some new superstars here, and took on that leadership role because even during a time that she is far from being at that age that you're like, oh no, she's done. She's still got many, many years left, Bailey. And it had been a long time since she had held a championship. So I was so happy for her to see her win. I was right behind her the whole time. I'm like, nah. Because I like Io Sky from a wrestling talent point of view, but other than that, I find her boring.
Mm-hmm.
She's got all the talent in the world, like great high flyer, but she's boring. She's really, really boring apart from that. That's why it's probably good protecting her by having her in a group situation. And, especially at the moment, Dakota Kai is really the focal big talker of the group, realistically, because all the Japanese women in there are more known for their in-ring ability than their mic skills, right?
Right.
So, no, fantastic match. Probably, as I said, arguably the best women's match of the main roster of the WrestleMania pay-per-view, in my opinion. I definitely thought it outshone the Rhea Bailey match, and we know why the Rhea Bailey match. We knew it could have been a better match. We understand why.
Yeah.
No fault of anybody's there, but a bit hard really when you're really under the weather to give it your all. Just the fact that Becky even went out there, in the shape that she was hats off to her.
And it speaks again to what we talked about before. Rhea knew that Becky was under the weather, and Rhea didn't make her look bad. It made her look like a great match.
Yeah.
She helped Becky look good. So that's
But what did you feel about? I'll start with you first this time, Paul. Bailey and Io.
Me or Centurion?
I'll start with you first this time around, then come over to Cent.
Yeah, I thought it was a great match. I mean, I was kind of, I was kind of hoping that. No, I actually went the way I wanted. I wanted Bailey to win that match. I think and we kind of knew that that's the way it was going to go with the way they had set up the breakaway from Damage Control. I would have been, because that kind of helps wrap up that storyline.
Yeah.
Because if they would have had Damage Control hang on to that title longer, they would have had to stretch out that story longer, and that really had nowhere else to go.
No,
so,
no.
I think.
I'm quite sure that
yeah.
they'll keep the story a little bit going. Like I don't think they'll have Damage Control totally done. Maybe Dakota comes after her, and you start building a new feud at least there, and two women that can definitely go back and forth on a microphone as well. But yeah, the match was fantastic. What did you think of the match yourself, Sid?
It was a good match, and I'm right there with you guys. I'm glad to see that they're going to get Bailey back to her roots and that she has the championship for a long time. I mean, after a long time of not having one, she has it again
Yeah.
because she was one of those talents that I just feel like didn't get the absolute fair shot because let's face it, when you're too much of a baby face, you sometimes get penalized for it.
Yeah.
Um, and I think she did the heel thing to show flexibility as a character because we all remember she was the hugging champion
Yes. Yeah.
and and like yeah, that's where a lot of people just wanted to just be like, yeah, she couldn't really cut the mustard, and I really feel that she went through this time of being a heel to just show flexibility as a character. I mean, as an entertainer, and
Mm.
now it's going to be really interesting to see exactly how far she can go now on her own.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I will definitely say that was one of those matches where I was like tuned in, making sure that I didn't really miss any of the fun stuff, and I definitely was glad to see that she was the one that walked away with the belt.
Yeah. As I said, well deserved, well earned. And I hope she continues. You only had to tweak her character a little bit to move her back to Bay. You didn't have to turn her back into the hugger, of course. What is the role model she refers to herself as? So role model. Even just that moniker you can have as a good guy. Good guy. People look up to her kind of thing. So and you don't have to tweak it that much. Just aim her stuff against the heels. You know what I mean? And still keep that sort of badassery around there. Because I agree with you. Like the hugging thing, like it had its time in the sun for a while, but I always knew that it wasn't something that was going to have longevity. And she needed to evolve and change it up. That's why I was glad when she cut the hair and she came out in the gear that she did. And I remember initially came out to the music, and then she started cutting and popping all the bloody blow up things that she used to come out with when she first changed. And that was so good. Everyone's like, "Oh, she's going crazy. She's going." So it was great to see a different personality and side. People were like, this woman's uber talented, but we're a bit worried as she's so one-dimensional. And she went on to prove that no, I'm not dimensional. There's much more layers to me. So that was great. Then of course, I mean, this next match, I mean, there wasn't much really to talk about. It was one of those. It was probably night two's match that was there, I guess, just to fill some time. They only really had 8.5 minutes to. The Pride in Lashley, Dawkins, and Montez Ford against the Final Testament. It was just I think it was just a time filler match. It was.
Most of the time was them walking out to the ring. Okay, that was.
Yeah.
It was.
It was. I mean, I really don't know. The only question I've got in this, I really don't know what direction or where they're going to go with this group, this Final Testament. I like Karrion Kross, but I don't know if he's a believable leader.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm one of those like, let's wait and see what happens type of things.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if this group's going to take off or not. You got the two. You brought the two big boys back that were fired ages ago, and without Paul Ellering, I mean, they're really, get in the ring, they do some big moves, kind of thing, and raw. The whole group has no. They don't have any pizzazz. They don't. I know
Heyman's going to be looking for a new job. No,
I know. Well, I know they're meant to be this dark, aggressive, violent group, but even that, I don't know. There's something missing or something. It just doesn't get across. And I don't think it's the writing behind it. I think it's the talent.
Yeah.
I don't know. Put it this way: if it ends up not really, they try their best to do something with it, and it's just not happening or not going anywhere, and they're not I mean, they don't really even move the needle with the crowd. Even the three of them, with Scarlett and Paul, might find themselves future endeavored at some point. Like it's, yeah, I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it, but it's just something's off about it, and it just they're not they're not coming across how I guess they're trying to get them across. Like Carrion comes out, "Rah!" And he's uber violent, and we've seen this a million times from freaking people being uber violent. I mean, Brock Lesnar does it probably, arguably the best, like with his violence, especially when he's a bad guy and he's just absolutely destroying everybody. But I mean, in The Rock in his new form is probably as violent as we've nearly or any time we've ever seen him, really, with the stuff that he's been doing. But yeah, what did you boys think of that Philadelphia Street? I mean, one cool thing, it was cool to see Bubba Ray Dudley as a special guest referee, I suppose. But
Yeah. Let me just say that when I posted about that on my feed, I mentioned that a lot of people weren't going to reference, but when I posted, I put batteries not included. That's and that was because Philadelphia is the lovely town that threw batteries at Santa Claus at a football game years back. That's why one of the signs said Santa deserved it. If you don't know that reference, it's because Philly is known for being nasty. Okay. They actually physically threw D-cell batteries at Santa Claus at a football game. So yeah. So, yeah. So that's where that little snide comment, that sign came from.
yeah,
Is
yeah,
because they're known for being a violent group.
yeah, yeah.
I thought it was pretty good. It's interesting that they always do these street fights and they name them after the city they're in. Like they had the Philly street fight this time,
Yeah, yeah.
and they had whatever one they did at the last pay-per-view where they did a street fight, and they tend to get a little bloody and dirty. I like watching them sometimes, for the most part, because you
Exactly.
really never know what they're going to come up with,
Yeah.
So I thought it was fun. I thought it was fun.
What do you think, Sen? Did you enjoy it or thereabouts?
That was one of those matches where I was just like, meh.
Yeah.
Oh, you had to
I'm
go to
gonna
the
be on.
bathroom, did you? You went to the bathroom that time? Okay.
So that's the funny part is I do a lot of work in the background on my computer, and I always have wrestling going on, whether it's one of the it's one of the older matches from, like, I'll put on the old stuff on the network to have it playing in the background. And the matches that really catch my attention are the ones that make me turn around from doing my work and I'll just actually watch the whole match and then get back to work. I will
Yeah.
definitely say that one was one of the matches where it was just like, I'm just going to listen to it in the background because I'm like, God, what is it? The Street Profits. I loved them, but ever since they got with
Bobby.
Bobby Lashley, I've been very like, the Street Profits did not need Bobby Lashley.
No.
Maybe Bobby Lashley needed them. I don't know, but for sure they were a great group that didn't really need to have Bobby Lashley there to help them get any more attention. I thought they had a great dynamic between the two of them.
Yeah, yeah, for
Um,
sure.
and that's where but when it Karrion Kross, uh I'm still just kind of like, what is your character? Like, what I'm gonna, what who I
Who are
feel like,
you?
at least for me, Karrion Kross is like, worst. It's still like, hey, can you define your character for me right now? Because I feel like you're all over the damn place. And I'm gonna be up. Yeah, like the only thing that has going for him is his aggressive, violent nature. But I don't watch wrestling for the blood sport. I watch wrestling for
Art
the
form and that.
story,
Yeah.
like stuff that I feel like Karrion Kross still needs to discover.
Yeah. I mean, he is. He's kind of like generic. I guess you could
Yes.
say this aggressive, generic guy that doesn't know who or what he wants to be, and Akam and Rays are, I mean, they're pretty damn bland themselves. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
And that's that. Like, let's just say it like now. Just because you come dressed like dudes back in the day, like we'll just use the Shield for example, like with like the Acolytes of Pain or whatever they call themselves, AOP, and like you're just like, all right, like just because you show up and you're aggressive, you need to have like substance to your like you got to have personality. You're just
yeah, yeah,
basically you're basically two thugs. Where let's look at like the Shield. Yeah, they ran around and they were a bunch of thugs beating people up, but each one of them had their own separate personality, their own separate fighting style, and and they basically meshed well with each other. These two guys, it's just like I feel like each one of them is identical. There's no differentiation between the two, and that's where I just to me it was like a match. Like I listened to it. Like the only thing that was the entertainment value was watching them. Like it was like that's the sad part. Like even the WWE knew they were like we got to turn this into a street fight or people aren't going to really be entertained by this.
yeah, exactly, exactly. So unless they
Like
find
I
that
hate to say it, but that's one of those matches when you go to a live event. That's one of those matches where it's
a
like, all
dark
right, well, it's
match.
time. Well, it, like not even that. It's more like, all right, because when the good matches are on, you don't want to leave your seat. You don't
Yes,
want to go
yeah.
stand in. You don't want to go stand in the lines for like food and merchandise when the good stuff is going on. But there is those matches where you're like, all right, I'm gonna go get a hot dog, and like pretty much, like I hate. I'm gonna say it right now. That was that match.
Yeah, yeah. That was for night two. That was definitely that match. Um,
It's been a long time since I've done a live show. Seriously, long time. But anytime if there's a live, if I'm in a live show and all of a sudden they're doing some kind of match like a street fight or a parking lot ambulance fight where I can't actually see it and I'd have to watch a monitor. No, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm getting a hot dog.
yeah,
At
yeah,
that point, I'll be able to see it better on the replay at home.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah. Exactly. And then we got, of course, we got two matches left to discuss. We had the LA Knight AJ Styles match, and me and you, Paul, were right on who was going to come out victorious, and I think that needed the WrestleMania moment. LA Knight taking down AJ Styles, and it was a fantastic match. Those two. Put it this way, I thought the build was good, but I thought the build still could have been better leading into it. But the match itself, it was A class. I mean,
yeah.
both those guys are great in the ring, and that lived up to the type of match I thought it was going to be between the two. And as I said, the right person, because as I mentioned, like the last two pods, AJ's had his WrestleMania moments. It was time for LA Knight. They needed to put that win back in his sails after deflating him, with the whole when he was taking on Roman the two times.
Right.
It was great, man. I really enjoyed that match, and they left everything in that ring. What do you think, Paul?
No, I enjoyed that match a lot, and I'm, I am definitely a LA Knight fan.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's
So
good.
I mean, and that's the thing to me is they have so many big names going right now.
Mm-hmm.
Really, they do. I mean, they've got between Cody and LA Knight and all the others that are getting large pops. I'm really impressed with the way they've managed to balance it all
Yeah,
so
exactly,
far.
exactly. Yeah,
Because it used to be if you had this many big names all on the same roster, it became very hard for them
juggle.
to showcase all of
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
And so I think LA Knight is right up there with them. And I like watching every time he walks out to the ring. I'm excited to see what he's going to say and what he's going to do. And even on my home, I get into it when he starts doing the LA Knight thing. Seriously, I do. I mean, as corny as that sounds, I just think it's high energy and it's fun to watch and it gets you into it. I love that match. I thought that match was well done, and I can't wait to see where they go from here. You know,
No, exactly.
AJ's okay, but I never really got into AJ as much as other people did, which is nothing against
Well,
him.
he's starting to slow down. He said in
Right.
an interview recently, it's very hard now after everything he's put his body through, and he is getting up there in age now, to be phenomenal still.
Right.
He's starting to know that everything's catching up to him, but man, he's still at this stage. He's still phenomenal in that.
Yeah.
Way. He's still a really uber talent, and he made not that he really LA Knight needed anybody to make him million, but it was a good opponent for him to really, put him in the spotlight and give him that rub that he so dearly, I think, needed, especially because right now, like I was mentioning before, with Randy trying to figure out when you could move him back up in the main event. The main event scene right now is so cluttered, and you're about to add Gunther there to it because he's about to move up into it.
Right.
It's like, that's why I'm glad LA Knight at least got his WrestleMania moment, because it's like, when do we find the time and the spot to move him back into that scene? Because surely at some point he's going to get one of the top belts at some point. Like,
at some point. Yeah.
He's too over, and I mean, I sit back and think, they had an opportunity there. Obviously, it clearly wasn't the plan, but they had an opportunity there because of how over he was, maybe to have him defeat Roman, but I don't know. The only problem I've got now is where he goes from here. Because it's just so cluttered at the top. So maybe he goes after one of the mid card titles is a good start. It's not as crowded in the mid card for the US and the. Well, I think me and you actually said it quite a few pods ago. Maybe he goes after Logan Paul, and he's the one to defeat Logan Paul.
I would love to see his high energy take on Logan Paul. Those two going at the mic on each other at each other on the mic, and then having
hilarious. It'd be hilarious, and that's what I love about LA Knight. He's like a combination of The Rock and Stone Cold in the one body. He really is. He's a combination of both. But Sench, what did you think of the LA Knight AJ Styles match?
So that being said, I actually enjoy seeing the growth of LA Knight. I love, like, he was one of those breakout stars that you're like, how is this dude getting this much popularity? But obviously you could see now that he's handling it quite well. There's going to be definitely a bright future for him. I am a big fan of AJ Styles. That being said, I would, like you said it, I wish there was a better build up for that match.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a build up. There
Not
wasn't.
really.
It was LA Knight walking around looking for AJ Styles, and he could never find him. And then all of a sudden we get this like half-ass like recording of him in AJ Styles' front yard, and and it wasn't like what we saw back in the day with Stone Cold Steve Austin and Brian Pillman style in your house, like the cops showing up and breaking it up. It was literally like 45-60 seconds of AJ walking out in his yard, it all breaking loose, and then it cuts to the cops showing up and then them hauling off LA Knight, and it's like nothing really took place in this footage.
No.
And that's where you're just like, all right, well, this isn't really much of a build up, and then all of a sudden they're together at WrestleMania and they just have this huge beef. And I really feel like it could have had a better build up. Yes, it was a good match. It was very entertaining to watch, but it was just one of those ones where even I was like, this was a missed opportunity to,
kind of slap together.
I'm going to say it right now. You guys had more of a build up for Bobby Lashley with the Street Profits versus
you did.
AOP with freaking Karrion Kross. You could have scrapped that match and put more effort into building LA Knight and AJ Styles, and it would have been a much better result.
Yeah. I think the match outdid the build easily. That was the funny thing. But then, like you said, you were kind of, hey, love this guy, love this guy. This is going to be a fantastic match. But why are they fighting again? Like, they were like, you're sitting back
Yeah.
going, they kind of slapped to,
Yeah.
just slapped them together, basically. Like, I mean, we know how it
Well,
initially
I
started.
was gonna say,
because it was,
I was gonna say, could part of this have happened because of the fact that they had a couple of matches they couldn't do? Remember the
yeah, that's a possibility too.
Yeah.
And like, the build up started, if you remember, when AJ first returned, because there was him, Randy, and LA Knight, and they were going to, and then Randy kind of, I don't know if he left the ring or his back was turned, and then AJ hit and taken out LA Knight, and that's where it started. And I thought, okay, cool. So that's how you started the feud off. But they never fucking followed through with it on the weeks to follow.
No.
And then, like Sent said, you get that half-assed recorded footage of them fighting and scrapping, and then the police hauling LA Knight off, and I'm like, but how did we even get to that point? Because if you, like you said, Paul, and you'd been saying for a couple of weeks, where the heck was LA Knight?
Yeah.
He wasn't on TV. AJ was on TV, but LA Knight wasn't on TV there for several weeks.
Oh, he was. LA Knight was. It was one moment AJ's on TV and LA Knight has been banned from the ring, or you have LA Knight walking around with a chair harassing the SmackDown manager. I forget his name. Being like, "Where's AJ Styles? Where's AJ
Nick
Styles?"
Aldis,
I told him to take no matter. It was like no matter what, one of them took the night off.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why I'm wondering if there was something going on that we don't know about that caused them to have to pivot some stuff, that, we may never know.
Possibly.
Because it seems like because they've been pretty good about not being that sloppy is the only reason I say that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, of course, we got, after 2 years build, the main event, which I thought Triple H, his name was all over this. It was cinema at its finest. Cody Rhodes finally dethroning this modern era's Bruno Sammartino in Roman Reigns. The rain finally poured and it came to an end. And I not only thoroughly enjoyed the match, but who got involved at the right time in that match. The way it was executed.
Did you wet yourself when you heard the bell go off?
But here's the funny thing. Now, here's the funny thing. Right? Here's the funny thing. And I don't think Taker, it was meant to be Taker. I think that was a last-minute decision. I actually think the glass was meant to shatter and that was meant to be Austin's spot. But I've come to find out that they couldn't agree on money. And so that's why I did. Because if you remember, it was rumored for weeks. Stone Cold and John Cena were going to show up. They were going to have something to do with it. They weren't going to have a match, but they were going to have something to do with it. And made a lot of sense. Look, I know Rock and Undertaker have got a history, but not compared to Rock and Austin. And even Rock and Cena, right? Those two were probably Rock's greatest feuds outside of Triple H as well, from all the way back in the well. But we know Triple H can't physically get involved because of his ticker. So
right.
Undertaker was a fantastic substitute because even if he didn't exactly fit per se, it doesn't matter. He's the damn Undertaker. The crowd's going to freaking pop. So it was a surprise because I was expecting Austin. But then when I heard the gong, I'm like, hey, okay. And even after that, I still was waiting for the glass to shatter because I didn't know about that they couldn't work out a contract. I was still waiting and expecting Austin to come out because I thought, okay, Undertaker's choked, so that'll take Rock out for a bit, but Rock's going to come too eventually and, probably try and get back involved, and that's when Austin will come out and stunner him. And if everybody remembers, The Rock maybe some people might say he oversold, but my God, did he ever sell the Stone Cold Stunner when he used to cop it and then he'd flip, he'd flip and then like he made the Stone Cold Stunner look so devastating with the way he sold it.
Yeah.
One of the best sellers in the business, in my opinion, The Rock, right up there. But everybody played their role down to a T. I even expected, because I knew leading into night 2, that Jacob Fatu was backstage. He was backstage. And I thought, oh, okay, are they going to send him out? We're going to get a new Bloodline member and he'll come out and get involved, but they didn't. So I don't know. He's signed to a contract. So is Tama Tonga. I don't know when either's going to show up or debut, but I do know it. There was reports that Jacob was backstage, so I'm actually surprised they didn't have him get involved. But man, when Jimmy came out, and then Jay came out, and then Jay speared him off the stage, and then Solo took Cody down, right? He's sitting there screaming at Roman. He's like, get up! And he's fucking banging on, like, get up! And then all of a sudden you hear, doo, 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 doo.
Yeah.
And he's just like, huh? And so Cena takes him out. Then the Rock comes out, of course. You get the big stare down, of Rock and Cena. And, of course, Cena gets rock bottom. And then Rock's whipping Cody again. Then you get the Shield music start playing, and I'm like Seth said earlier, I was like, I knew Seth was coming, but I thought we're going to get, we might get Dean Ambrose, John Moxley. Well, we're going to get them both. And Seth didn't even pull Barsh. He didn't even get going. He got in the ring, and I'm like, hang on a sec. Roman comes flying out of nowhere. I'm like, who the hell's he aiming at? Because of the way the camera was, you couldn't see who he was initially aiming.
You couldn't see.
Bang! He knocks out Seth. And then you just see Rock, oh, really? You're going to come in here? Blah, blah. And then so Rock goes back to Conor, and then the lights go out. Dong. And Rock's face in the freaking entranceway. The Undertaker's behind him. He's mouthing off, then he turns around. The eyes pop out of the head. Chokes there.
Yep.
And then Taker was gone.
Rock has always done that well. Rock has always done that bit well.
Facial expression, everything, man. Like, every little bit. And then the 3 crossroads at the end, and watching Paul Heyman's face. Paul Heyman, again, like, his facial expressions can do a lot for a freaking match. The man's a beautiful actor when it comes to, that. It lived up to everything I wanted and everything I expected in that match. And as I said, at the end, if you really go back and pause it and you zoom in when that third count's coming down, you see Roman smiling. And I think he was smiling because he's like, this is a beautiful moment. We've done it, folks. We've told this story. We've got what we wanted. The crowd was going nuts. He was probably happy, like, oh, thank God, I can finally, like, literally go home and don't have to worry about holding onto a title and people getting pissed off with me. I can go chill. I can go do a movie, right? Man,
I'm surprised he didn't tweet me directly and go, look, stop sending that stupid poster, all right?
But look, honestly, 10 out of 10. The way it was done, and I did find out that Triple H had 90% of input in the way that panned out, as well as I believe it was also Bobby Roode and Michael P. Hayes as well had a very hands-on lot to do with this whole storyline with Cody and Roman. So shout out to the 3 gentlemen. It was fantastic, man. Even the ending where he handed the belt to his mama, and the boys coming out, and Randy, especially because of their history from the Legacy days, and that Triple H coming out and giving him a big hug, and obviously whispering something. He's Nick Khan giving him a hug because Nick Khan was in the crowd. Man, it was that end moment was very reminiscent to the WCW days of when Sting defeated Hogan and the locker room came out. Everyone was cheering. They had him up on their shoulders, man. And I was like, this is a beautiful moment, and very, very, very well executed. Like, I think the wait was worth it. I know the last 12 months has been a painful wait, but I think it was worth it, and the payoff was tremendous. I had to give the match an A+, man. Like, it it was everything and probably more that it should have been, and including everybody else that got involved. We knew it was bloodline rules, but the bloodline rules didn't state that it just all had to be Roman's family coming out there, you know. So
Yeah.
no, it's fantastic.
I did think myself that they could have done more with the bloodline rules thing, because it really didn't look like it was much different than your average interference. You know,
Right? Yeah, true. But I'll start with you first, Sen. What did you think of the main event to end night 2, man?
I enjoyed it. Yeah, I'll definitely say 10 out of 10.
Right.
I know a lot of people got excited for The Undertaker, but that's where what made me sit up is when I heard that Shield music kick on,
Yeah.
and I was just like, no, please tell me this is not a joke. Like, I really want to see Dean Ambrose walk down that stage, because I just feel like, the brotherhood that those three had was awesome, and I was just like, it'd be great to see that happen, and that would be the only way to push it over the top for me, is if that went down.
Yeah.
And other than that, 10 out of 10. Definitely very entertaining match. Um, I can't really go into like much more like praise than what you already have on the fact that, they've already, like, they really did a good job. I mean, could we like you even said, like, Roman was supposedly smiling. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that that match went off the way it did, and there was some surprises in the match, like we thought we were going to see all the bloodline going in there completely interfering, and what did we expect to see the Undertaker and John Cena show up to help out? No, but we knew like Jey Uso would be there.
Yeah.
So definitely it's definitely one for the books, definitely one that we're all going to sit back and reflect on later when we talk about, WrestleMania moments that we remember.
Exactly. As I said, not that it was disappointing, but I do know that and I was expecting, because I've seen the rumors leading into it, that it was going to be Austin in Taker. It was actually meant to be him. And oh man, I mean, like, I know Taker got his reaction, but that glass had a shattered, bro, and he came out just because of that history with The Rock. Man, the roof would have been, not that it had a roof, but if there was a roof, it would have came flying off that damn plate. Like, that crowd went crazy enough as it is, but if Austin had came out, woo! And then, like, just have those two in the ring like they used to, punch for punch, punch for punch, punch for punch. He tries to go for a rock bottom, switch around, boom, stunner, bang! Oh man, it would have been just crazy. The beers thrown in that, but and the other reason I thought that it was going to end up happening too is, I don't know if people had seen, if you follow Austin on Twitter and Instagram, he was been working out like a damn machine all this year, and a lot of people read into it that, since he's been retired, he keeps himself healthy, but he wasn't in the gym like a damn machine. He does his show where he goes out hunting and stuff like that in the wilds and stuff like that, but he was training his own. He was doing ice baths, everything, right? And so everybody was thinking, okay, are you getting in shape for something? Like, you got a match, or are you going to get involved? And then even like the week leading in, it was assumed that a deal had been made, and Cena, he put the thing out there too, which clearly, obviously, ended up coming to fruition anyway. But he posted a picture of Roman Reigns, like, I'm going to, essentially saying cryptically, I'm going to confront Roman, even though he came in mainly confronted The Rock, but and Solo. But I thought Austin was going to show up, but as I said, Undertaker was just as good a substitute. Like, if it had probably been anybody else substituting, you may have not have got the reaction that you got, but because it was Taker, you could throw Taker in the most random of fucking situations, and the crowd's going to go crazy the minute they freaking hear that dong, so yeah. It was cool, and as I said, like, no, he doesn't have as big a tight history as what Austin does with The Rock, but they were in that Attitude Era, and they did have some matches back in the day, Rock and Taker. So at least there was that connection there. You know what I mean? And if anything else,
I think with Taker, I think with Taker it would have worked with anybody because just all of a sudden have the Taker standing there looking down at you.
I know,
any other wrestler is gonna look at him and go, oh shit.
Yeah,
shit.
and see, I had a feeling too, like, I didn't know he was going to be involved in that match, but I had a feeling that he might get involved in someone's match because it was reported that he was very much there, especially at the WWE World. He was there.
Right.
I think he may have done his one-man Undertaker show, if I'm not mistaken, in Philly too. So he was hanging about, and I'm sitting there thinking... Well, you know what I was thinking at first, actually? I didn't know if he was actually going to be involved in a match per se. I actually thought there was two people. I didn't see Roman Reigns being the one to induct Paul Heyman. Oh. I thought that it was either going to be Austin, because like we discussed last week, without Paul Heyman allowing him to do what he did in ECW, where he crossed from WCW to ECW and then moved to WWF and became Stone Cold, there wouldn't be a Stone Cold. So I thought if it wasn't Austin, then it was going to be Undertaker, because Paul Heyman brought that up, that he brought Mean Mark into the spotlight in WCW, and then he, behind Bischoff and Ted Turner's backs, organized the contract for him to go over to WWF, and that we got the Undertaker there. You know what I mean? Paul Heyman, that's why I said earlier, Paul Heyman has done a lot of things in this industry that people aren't aware of, and made, and who helped, a helping hand in making a lot of people. Right. And that's why I said, without Paul Heyman, there ain't no Stone Cold in reality. Without Paul Heyman, there ain't no Taker. He could have still been dwindling in a WCW or somewhere else. And he's the one who goes, they're not doing what they should be doing. You need to go over here. And as I said, he was the one working behind the scenes on a deal without WCW's knowledge, right? Paid off, didn't it? It becomes The Undertaker and has one of the best careers you could ever have. But what did you think, Paul, of the match itself? Did you think it panned out the exact same way you thought it was going to pan out?
Pretty much. I mean, I mean, even weeks before I said, they would lose on the first night, he would win on the second.
Yeah.
So I like I said, I was kind of hoping the whole Bloodline Rules thing, there'd be a little more to it.
Right.
Instead, it was just like it was their normal, we're going to interfere, I did the one that I was actually thinking about this when Jay went out there to stop his brother. It would have been really cool if one of them would have stepped out from behind Cody's mom and his stepfather or whatever he is.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And then stepped out of the crowd from right behind the mom and that guy. I thought that would have been a really cool thing.
Yeah.
I was also kind of hoping that Cody's mom would have a chance to slap The Rock in the face. But
no,
kind of like
that probably was the only extra added sauce that you needed, I think.
Yeah.
Especially because he just also, I say that and agree with you, especially because Rock constantly mentioned her, and
that's why I'm saying that.
And it just would have been good if Rock had had that moment on the outside where he went up to, hey, Mama Rose, see what I'm doing to your boy, whack.
Yeah.
Slap the taste out of his mouth, But
or if he would have got close to her and Mama Rose would have grabbed the Cody belt that he gave the other guy, and smacked The Rock with it one time.
Yeah. That would have been.
Who's hitting who with the belt now?
Either that or because Cody's wife was there, Brandy came in and started smacking him with her.
So but I really enjoyed that match. I was cheering by the time it was over. I'm like,
man, I think there was a lot of people that was like, thank God it's about damn time. The wait. It was.
I gotta say they did it well though, because you weren't really sure a couple of times.
No,
like, are they gonna stretch this crap on some more?
Yeah, are they gonna? There was a couple of times I'm like, Oh, have they changed their mind last minute again? Do they want him to continue and beat Hogan's record? Like, what's going on here? And then when he done the second Crossroads and he still had him, and then he's doing that kind of Hogan shake a little bit, I was like, nah, this is it. If he hits the third one, they're definitely going with Cody's win. And then he hit it, and then you seen Paul's face. And Roman wasn't fucking moving, bro. Like Roman was done. Roman was
I did think the hulking up thing was a little weird, but I knew it was, it was like.
Well, I think he was more doing it like, I think it was more of to give that believability, like, I'm lifting dead weight here, and this is a big Samoan bastard, like, because Roman Reigns is a bigger build than Cody, right? So technically, if Roman's like just laying that'd be a heavy dead weight to lift up. So he's
dead weight is nasty.
So he's sort of adding to that, going, I've got to get him up. All right, let's go, boom, and then third time out, I'm like, and I thought doing 3 made it even better because you got this guy, as I said, the tribal chief. That's the way they portrayed him, big bad Samoan. Longest title reign in the modern era. You really had to give it all to say, he can't just beat him with 1. It's got to be 3.
I will say that there was one point where Cody picked up Roman, and if you watch it, you'll see that Roman helped him a lot. Roman really jacked up off his legs to get up off the ground.
Look, Roman, man, like the one thing, I won't take away from that guy. Like, he's a talented guy, but I'm talking as a human being, very humble guy. And that's why I think you saw the smile on his face. Like, I think he was happy for Cody. Like, this is the moment that we had been building for, and he's out there, so he can hear that reaction, and I think that made him happy for Cody in that moment. Like, you got your moment, dude. Like, and we did this together, and he was probably happy that he helped essentially,
the biggest WrestleMania in history. That's not a small.
Cody was a star, but like Roman's probably sitting at now we've got you on that megastar level now. Now you're the guy. You're the guy, bro. You got the keys to the kit. You are the guy. You are leading WWE for the time being, and so that was really good to see as well. And even on Raw, it was good to see. It was funny. Rock was like half in character and half not in character on Raw, because he was giving Cody his props. He was still trying to be an asshole with the crowd and shit, but he was giving Cody his props. Basically saying, man, after everything I've put you through and my cousins put you through, you did it. You did it. And the one thing, even though since he's turned heel, the one thing he stuck by, and I actually think there's truth to it. I don't think it's just part of the story. Dusty Rhodes was and always has been one of the Rock's inspirations and heroes.
Right.
And so, I think when he was talking on Raw about, your dad would be proud of you and stuff like that, I think he's not wrong there.
Nope.
And Cody knows it. It's a shame that his dad wasn't still around to at least see that moment, but he would have been up there with a big smile on his face, and now finally a Rhodes legitimately holds the world heavyweight universal champion, but a world title nonetheless.
Right.
Even though, as I said, Dusty did hold the NWA world title, but because WWE being as big as what it's got, obviously there's a lot more significance to holding one of their world titles, you know what I mean? Like, it's the world title. So now all I hope, and I think he will, I hope he gets a decent run with it. Like, I would at least like to see them let him hold the belt for the rest of this year at least. Maybe even hold it until next year's WrestleMania, because I think he's earned that right for a decent title reign. Clearly, they're not going to let him hold it for 3 years like Roman, but I'd be happy with him getting a year run, considering this took a 2-year journey to get the belt.
Well, and I don't remember the term, but 2 things. Remember, he signed an extension to his contract that's going to take him over 40, so that's at least 2 years.
Yes.
And he trademarked that term that I can't remember, but he trademarked it, which means even if he does move on, he gets to hang on to that. That's not the company's trademark. That's his.
Yes, yeah.
So
It's just like
whatever it was, I don't remember what it was, but yeah.
He owns the right to his music. That's why he brought the music
Right.
that he was using in AEW over across. And so, you know, that was great to see as well for him. But yeah, as long as he gets a good run.
Those two things happening before the match even told me that I think he's going to win, because of those two setups told me that he's going to be around for a while.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And as I said, I hope he at least has it for the rest of the year, but I'd like to see him give him a year run. I mean, he's earned a year run.
Yeah.
And you know, he is leading WWE forward for the time being. I know he's not exactly one of the young guys, but he is their leader leading forward now. You know,
no, but that the roof blew off that place when he stepped out there, though. I mean, stupid.
Yeah. and after the victory, man, everyone was so happy. I'd like to think that half of it was happiness and half of it was relief. But that's why I loved how he was being a bit cheeky on Raw with Ricochet's missus, because she got real emotional and choked up trying to spit out and no, you know, she wasn't doing her usual powerful and no, you know, because she was like, and she was really emotional, man. Like I was like, damn, this woman's like, but she does. That's what I love about Samantha Irvin. Not only do I believe that she is one of the best freaking ring announcers there's been in a long time. Like, she really puts all her effort into it. Doesn't matter who the heck's coming out, really, like, puts that oomph into it when she does it right. But she is such a fan. Like, that first time, I remember seeing the clip, and The Rock pointed it out on his Twitter, when he actually came back that first time, and his music hit, she was like jumping out of her fucking chair, man, like, oh my God, it's a Rock, like, you know. And like, as I said, then you've seen it several times, but then you've seen it at WrestleMania with Cody winning, and like, she must have been, again, being such a fan, so invested in that story, and she just got so emotional and choked up she could barely spit out, and new champion, you know, Cody Rhodes. That's why he took his little cheeky shot at her. I called her out a little bit on Raw. I thought that was funny. But no, man, like, I love seeing stuff like that. That's how you know that, God, if you're not only gripping the fans and you're gripping your employees and really getting them invested into the story themselves, and they show that type of emotion. I mean, Michael Cole, for God's sakes, the way he was going on commentary, man, he was so emotional. He was right invested into it too, man. And him and Cody.
What about that? The tribute video they did the next night too. The technicians put together, because like you said, they had to be fans, because there was a lot behind that tribute video. That thing was, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But man, you couldn't ask for a better way to end it, man. That was
that was fire.
Yeah, beautiful storytelling, and as I said,
they are going to have trouble matching that for years to come. I think that's going to be.
I give my props to really four guys. I mean, apart from obviously the competitors in Roman and Cody, for continuing to tell the story in the ring, but props to Paul Heyman, props to Paul Levesque, and props to Michael Hayes and Bobby Roode, and all four. In it together, doing that, man, putting that match together, doing it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then including onto the pay-per-view itself. You know, it was, like they said, it was cinema, bro. It was literal cinema, and I think this is the type of storytelling we're going to continue to get for the most part in the Paul Levesque era. It was just wonderful to watch, man, and they didn't fuck the ending, which was great. Like, that's the only thing I was worried about. You can't have this beautiful fucking story, and it's been a story told over 2 years, and then mess up the ending, for God's sakes. Don't drop the ball at the end. You know, they got it up to the end zone, and they scored the touchdown, bro, and then kicked the field goal. Like, it was
great.
And the emotion on his face, emotion on his family's face, on his mum's face, his wife. I mean, everybody involved, like, it was just It was great. Even Triple H was even showing emotion, man. And even in their embrace and in that moment, if that didn't tell you that the bullshit, that there might have been some shit there when Cody was over in AEW and he, kind of took that shot at Triple H and WWE with the whole, sledgehammer to the chair. That's all water under the bridge, bro. Those two embraced like they were brothers, man. There's no issues there at all. So that was a really good moment too. So we're in a new era, man. We're in the American Nightmare era now, and we'll have to see who the challengers are going to be to step up. But I've said the whole time, I think Jey Uso might be his first challenger. He become the number one contender, or is he? No, he might be the first challenger. Damien's title. I'm not sure, but I think.
And then for Zayn's title, it's gonna be what's his name, Shoosh.
Yeah, Shoosh.
On this Friday.
No, I think one person to watch, and I've said this. I've said this for a while. I think one foe for Cody is going to be Gunther.
Yeah.
I think at some point, as I said, I think he will want to have a rematch. Because he'll have a rematch clause. They always do it. And he'll have his rematch against Zayn, and he'll lose against Zayn again. And then I think he will, sort of out of nowhere start a program with Cody, like just attack him, like he's known to do. So I think look out for Gunther, because you're going to need a good heel foe to go against Cody, and Gunther would be a perfect heel foe. He really would. I think maybe, depends on how they bring him back, maybe. I know Seth's already got a kind of a storyline there waiting with, I guess, both Drew still and Punk, like with those three. But I could see Seth at some point turning heel. Like Seth said, they might bring him back as that architect, which that character kind of worked best as a heel character. And maybe you get more of him and Cody. We know those two just click in the ring anyway. They've had some fantastic matches in the past. I think you might get a Cody and Punk match at some point. So there is some feuds there for the boy. Put it that way. That's definitely there. Maybe even at some point, depending on which one ends up being the leader of the bloodline, maybe Tama Tonga or Jacob Fatu even. Obviously when you first bring them in, you're going to have to give them some matches under their belt before going, put them in that position. But there's feud there, if they're gonna continue the bloodline and just build off it by, having a new leader. So we'll have to wait and see, man. There's definitely still some loose ends on some certain storylines there. And then there's sort of some what ifs, what directions we're going to go with some titles and storylines. So it's interesting times, man. Interesting times. And it makes it even more interesting since, Rock's going back to Hollywood, obviously, for a while. Roman's going for a rest and possibly doing a movie himself. And Seth's at home for an unspecified amount of time having a rest. So that opens the door a lot right now. For a lot of things, that's what I mean, Yobi. Yeah, Jacob Fatu, man, he's going to be a big time player once he signed, bro. He signed. I'd personally like to see him lead the bloodline going forward. He can talk on the mic too, man. He's a big boy, Jacob Fatu. He's a big boy, not like as in talk, like he's just built. He's kind of reminds me of Umaga. Like that type of build. He's a big boy, bro. As I said, he was a 2 to 3 year champion in MLW, their world champion. So he's you could definitely create new story there in the bloodline with that. But
so since we're talking about bloodline, I have a question for you. Paul Heyman. If we know that Roman's not going to be around for upwards of 6 months, what does Paul Heyman do? Is he going to spend Is he going to spend the next 6 months going call Roman Reigns? Which I hope not.
Seriously. No, one or two things. This is just a prediction. One or two things. He'll stay off TV for a while, maybe do stuff backstage, maybe even write, backstage. For Raw and SmackDown, or one of them, he might go in the writer's chair. Who knows? I think he could do something backstage, or if you want to move him on to helping somebody else, I would, and you know who I'm going to say, I would make him the manager of Bron Breakker.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah.
Because I think Bron needs that manager. I think Bron, in my opinion, works better as a real nasty heel. And I think Paul can really elevate him and help him, and help his change from NXT to the main roster. So if you're going to keep him as an on-air personality, I think team him with Bron. If not, and you're going to give him a break, then let him do whatever backstage. But I'd be putting him in the writers' room because he's a fantastic storyteller. So, but yeah. Anyway, guys, that is all we have for you. We covered the whole of WrestleMania weekend, and then some of Raw, of course, a bit of the fallout. Man, it's been a fantastic week of wrestling, fantastic pay-per-view. WWE smashed records, created records. They did fantastic business. Us fans were left with smiles on our faces, but no, thank you everybody for joining us from the Rockin' One, Rockin' Out, of course, in the chat. The legendary one himself, Mr. Peace, Love, Life. My brother from another Yobi, of course. Man with the mythical beard, my brother Dreadpool. Shout out to you, brother. Back from the dead, up in here. General Spartan showed out. Same with Rourke88. Fantastic to see you guys and regulars. We had a couple of new faces in here. Dundee Maid was up in here. Of course, my brother from the Backlog Bastards, Mr. Charlie Hustle, was up in here. Thank you for stopping by, dude. John 907 as well up in here earlier. And, of course, all the lurkers. I can't thank everybody enough for all the support and showing out tonight. Fantastic for you to stop by or stay for the whole show. We appreciate you all. Of course, I want to shout out and thank my brother as well, Centurion. Been a long time coming, bro, but totally appreciate you taking some time and talking wrestling with us, man. It's been a pleasure.
Hey, no problem, man. Like, definitely, it was great to finally.
For an extended show too.
I know, right? Like, definitely. So it's great to be able to talk something other than games, because in other shows, when you bring up wrestling, it's like all of a sudden people get out the pitchforks and torches. So it was great for that. And I will honestly say that this is also going down at the record for the longest podcast I have ever been on, from the minute somebody hits go live.
Yeah, you know what, bro? We didn't tell anybody, but Paul Levesque rung us beforehand and said, look, we need a night 3.
Yeah.
And we've done 4.5 hours, so I think we've done it for him.
Yeah.
I know. I was just sitting here. I'm like, dang, man, we went longer than I think the night 2.
Yeah.
Well, because if we would have done it last night, we wouldn't have had, because we were able to touch on Monday as well. So there was just a lot to talk about. There was just.
Oh yeah, definitely a lot to unpack for sure. And it was great to also talk, because you guys are very knowledgeable of the industry. Most people just want to talk about like what they see on screen, but you actually know a lot about the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, which is a total different conversation.
Exactly. Yep. No, we're definitely the hardcore here, man. As I said, both us boys can go all the way back to the bloody territory days. So,
yeah.
Same as Yobi in the chat, man. Like, whew, we're like walking encyclopedias.
And I'm like you, Sant, in that if I'm doing something, a lot of times I'll be watching the older stuff on the screen next to me, because that way I don't necessarily remember it. But if I okay, oh yeah, I remember that, and it also gives me knowledge of, talking about the stuff that went on before, before WrestleMania, before,
Like, the Yobi in the chat, he goes, encore, let's go for 8 hours, eh? I tell you what, if there was a third night of WrestleMania, we probably could go fucking another 2 hours. But oh man, look, even at 4.5 hours, man, I've had fun. Like we said, there was a lot to unpack. I love this time of year for a wrestling fan. It's like Christmas in April, So, and as I said, there was just so much to talk about and unpack. But it's been a bunch of fun, of course. And again, brother, we thank you for joining us, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Oh no, thank you for having me for sure.
And Paul,
Uh,
always a pleasure, brother. Always a pleasure, man. That was fantastic, man. Fantastic to talk about everything that unfolded, bro.
yeah,
It was
so much
fun.
fun. I'm glad to be able to talk to somebody about this stuff, rather than just watching it by myself. And
I know
you
that's what I
know,
mean. It's a good break from like Sen said, like
yeah.
from gaming talk where everybody wants to pick apart your fucking
Which I
opinion.
told you
At
when
least here
when
it's
you
more
first
fun.
asked me about it. I said I want to do something that's not gaming.
Yeah, well, at least
Yeah.
here, no one picks you apart from your opinion. You know, you
Yeah.
just you get it out there, and everybody
Yeah.
appreciates everyone's thoughts. And like you said,
Yep.
like you can learn stuff if there's stuff that you pick up, or you might have forgotten stuff over the year. Oh yeah, now you reminded me about it. You know, so it's great,
Yeah.
man. That's why I love the wrestling. It's good, but Sent, did you want to let the fine folks know before you get on out of here where they can find you, brother?
Oh yeah, you could find me at Centurion1307 on Xbox Live, Twitter, and of course YouTube. And also starting last week, I haven't exactly been like advertising the hell out of it because I want people to find me organically, kind of thing. But I do have my own podcast now where me and my brother here in Phoenix, we sit down and we talk about gaming. But what makes this all different is we all know that gaming podcasts can literally be an echo chamber. Like you could literally flip from podcast to podcast to podcast,
Mm.
and they all have the same conversation of, whatever Xbox or PlayStation is doing. What makes it unique for my brother is he has a Twitter
Right.
because I send him memes on Twitter. He mostly uses his Twitter to talk sports with some friends of his. So he does not keep up with anybody in the gaming community. He barely reads the gaming articles on other than the ones I send him. He is basically essentially what people deem as a casual, and basically it breaks people's hearts when they're just like when they try to play the game of like the casual market, and I'm like, you want to talk to the casual market because I'll let you talk to somebody who's a casual, and they don't care that their games end up on other platforms or all this other stuff that people try to make mountains out of molehills kind of stuff. So it's actually kind of fun to pick his brain because he has a very different perspective on gaming.
Yeah, exactly, and that's always good, man. That's always good. Like you said, there's too many like same shit, different channel kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's
Well,
like, yeah,
like this episode that's coming, like I don't like the fact that a lot of gaming podcasts don't talk gaming. They talk gaming news. I love gaming news, but at the end of the day, we all love playing games, and I'm more interested hearing about what people play and what they enjoy or dislike about whatever they're playing.
yeah, yeah. Same here, brother. All right, well, Paul, did you want to let the fine folks know everywhere they can find you?
A lot of places. You can find me on Xbox at Cerebral Paul 921. You can find me on Twitch at Cerebral Paul 1. You can find me, or excuse me, Twitch at Cerebral Paul, Twitter at Cerebral Paul 1, or X, or whatever you want to call it. You can find Mondays and Thursdays right here on 4GQ TV, or usually Mondays. Today was Tuesday, I realized. Tuesdays, you can find me on the Xbox Ambassador channel at 12:30 p.m. Pacific for Gaming Differently with Cerebral Paul. Thursdays, you can find me again 4GQ TV, and Fridays, you can find me Wasted with Wise.
There you go.
Also, I'm not going to say what day it is, but I am going to be on the Iron Lords podcast in the next few weeks, so you got to pay attention.
Oh yeah, you'll be able to say, look, we just did a 4.5 hour fucking wrestling pod. Are we going to beat that?
No, that's what we do NLG for when I want to beat that, and night goes forever.
Well, so the Iron Lords, man, they could go. I've seen them go 6 to 8 hours. Good boys over there. Shout out to the Iron Lords.
Yep.
Fantastic set of guys. Of course, you find me at TheMoonMan everywhere on Steam, on the Xbox app, on the X or whatever he wants to call it tomorrow, Elon Musk. And of course, every Monday, right here with the Cerebral one himself, talking wrestling with the Pop-Up Powerbomb podcast. Every Wednesday, of course, right here on the 4GQ TV channel as well, with the Backlog Bastards, where we talk all things gaming from all platforms. Yeah, thank you everybody again for tuning in. But until next time, hope everybody enjoys the rest of their week, enjoys the wrestling for the rest of the week. But as Paul said, I don't know if anything's going to top WrestleMania for the rest of the week. Good night, everybody.